introduce the members of the committee, and then we will go around the table for a round of introductions. I'm glad to see some returning participants. Dr. Kwesi Jonah is back with us, and we are honored to have Professor Michael Quay, former speaker, former minister, former many things in this republic. We are most grateful that you have found time in your busy retirement schedule. Even though you are retired from many roles, I know you're extremely still busy and active. So we are very glad that you are able to make it to today's discussion. We are expecting other participants to arrive, but I think it is that we have you here at all. I think it's good and probably sufficient. So you're most welcome. Today we will be talking about political parties. Political parties, you know, the fact that they are a subject for constitutional regulation at all, it speaks to the strong influence of history in understanding of constitutions and how constitutions came to be. Traditionally, constitutions have been concerned with the three branches of government and how we regulate their power. But increasingly, you would find in constitutions, as we've seen, many more organs, fourth branches, and other institutions that do not neatly fit into any one of the three branches. And also, increasingly, you would find organizations that were previously considered private associations, like political parties. And there is a history to that. I think it was Germany that pioneered this practice of putting political parties straight into the constitution, and that comes out of their history. We know the rise of Hitler and the Weimar Republic, and how the capture of the party was the first step in a series of events and developments that led to Hitler's rise and the Fourth Reich and all of that. So in the post-war period, the basic law, the basic law of the Federal Republic of Germany put parties into the constitution. Article 21 of the German Basic Law, which is their constitution, says, political parties shall participate in the formation of the political will of the people. They may be freely established. Their internal organization must conform to democratic principles. Sounds familiar. We have almost the same language in ours. This is the origin of it. They must publicly account for their assets and for the sources and use of their funds. 2, parties that by reason of their aims or the behavior of their adherents seek to undermine or abolish the free democratic basic order or to endanger the existence of the Federal Republic of Germany shall be unconstitutional. This is in the Constitution of Germany. Parties that by reason of their aims or behavior of their adherents are oriented towards an undermining or abolition of the free democratic basic order or the endangerment of the existence of the Federal Republic of Germany shall be excluded from state financing. If such exclusion is determined, any favorable fiscal treatment of these parties and of those payments made to those parties shall cease. So Germany went ahead, in light of their experience with political parties, to make very explicit provision in their constitution for the regulation of parties. And part of the current debate in Germany is whether this provision should be triggered to deal with the AFD, and whether or not AFD has gotten to a point where it threatens the democratic order of Germany, right? So the idea that parties are private clubs is no longer something that is tenable or accepted in the realm of constitution making. And our own constitution also is in a similar vein because many of the provisions of Article 55 of the Constitution are indeed devoted to political parties. There is freedom of association generally granted in the Constitution, but of those, all of those associations, only the political party finds explicit expression in the Constitution, and the entire Article 55, comprising about 17 different clauses, are devoted to political parties, which is a clear signal that we take political parties seriously and their role in the state and in the governance of a democratic state is a matter of the utmost concern. And this is part of the entrenched provisions of the Constitution. So that highlights, again, the significance of this. So in our own history, of course, parties emerged in the during the colonial period. The first time organizations we could call parties actually emerged were when municipal elections were made competitive, right? When certain seats in Accra and other places were open to contestation in city council offices, we saw the emergence of groups that really were like parties, ratepayers association and all of those groups emerged to put up candidates for those seats at the local level. But at the national level, of course, it was the beginning of party competition was could be traced to the post-war period and the Kuzi Constitution and the fact that it opened up, the National Assembly to contestation. The Legislative Council previously was now open for Ghanaians to compete to get onto those seats. So we saw the emergence of CPP and the UGCC and the rest of it is history. So our Constitution has also made provision for political parties consistent with the history we've had with them. We've had a history of one-party states, a one-party state being declared in the First Republic. And since that time, our constitutions have been interested in political parties. So we too, in the light of our experience, feel that it is necessary to put parties directly and explicitly into the Constitution, and that is what we have done. In the contemporary period, our experience of parties has been somewhat, I would say, a bit schizophrenic. We are a very partisan people. It shows in the excitement we show during elections and the fact that, we are very party polarized polity. But at the same time, I think we have almost a love-hate relationship with parties because when you do surveys like the Afrobarometer on whether or not parties should be allowed to participate in local government elections, you see that large majorities say they want to elect their mayors at the local level, but they do not want parties to be involved. So on the one hand, we like parties, clearly, but we are becoming somewhat skeptical sometimes of the role that they play. And IDEG and others have done extensive work on the perils of the duopoly, the emerging party-first ideology that we're all concerned about. So there are a number of issues I believe that we can, this conversation today will help the committee to think through. There are issues around internal party democracy, candidate selection, for example, in party primaries, issues have been raised around gender representation, the very low gender representation in our parliaments and elective bodies, reflecting also the very low influence of women within our political parties. Party and campaign financing is another big issue. The question of whether or not we should entertain the idea of state financing keeps popping up. We have huge problems around campaign finance and its connection to corruption in the state, and what we might do about that issue. And a third issue is, how do we regulate these parties? What kind of state mechanism is it? The electoral commissioner, the electoral commission fit for purpose when it comes to regulating parties? Do we need to think about some other way of making sure that our political party laws are effective and the like? And then the issue of party in government, party capture of the state, partisan capture of public services and enterprises, the party's relationship to its MPs, its dominant role in parliament and the decision making by MPs, and how it has essentially neutered any semblance of independence or conscience voting on the part of MPs. All of these are issues that have been raised around our political parties. So we are hoping that some or all of these issues will, our conversation today will give us an opportunity to reflect on these and other issues. So on that note, I will yield to the rest of my members here. My name is Kwesi Prempe. I am the chair of the committee. To my extreme right, Professor Kwam Kakari, a member. Godwin Jokoto, a member. Alhaji Ibrahim Tanko, a member. And Dr. A.C. Ansan, a member. Our secretary is, I think he's gallivanting small. He'll be back shortly. And then online, we have Justice Sophia Adinyira, a member, and Mrs. Charlotte Osei, a member. So we have a full house on the committee side, and we can start at the far end there on the table, and then
Thank you, Mr. My name is Patience Asabagna. I'm a legal research assistant with the CRC.
Aretha Bamford, legal research assistant for the CRC.
Ivy Bopam, research assistant for the CRC.
I'm in the person of Nebena Modestus. I'm a research officer with IDEC.
My name is Kwesi Jonah, IDEC.
My name is Matthew Wishet Nanajimai Apia, a student of Ghana School of Law.
I'm Agatha Roxon, an academia and a lawyer.
Kweku Entry Boesiaku, project coordinator, CRC.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Mami Adjoa Jechijando, and I'm with the IEA. Thank you. And University of Ghana.
Rosemary Gukwe, IEA.
Justice Sophia Kufu, IEA.
Me, Ajeti Sowa, Administrator of the Convention People's Party and Secretary to the Council of Elders.
My name is Citizen Atudazi. I'm the General Secretary of GCPP.
I'm Eric Usumensa. I'm with the Committee Secretariat.
I'm Ernesto Yaboa. I'm with the Economic Fighters League.
Armia Osama is my name with the Economic Fighters League.
I'm Kwesi Mperjo. I'm a legal research assistant with the CRC.
Thank you. We are expecting other participants to join, hopefully from the NDC and NPP, as well as some independents. So we will just go straight to the presentations. We have IEA, a very strong delegation and representation from the IEA. They will start us off. The IEA has been looking at constitutional review from multiple angles. We know that they will be sharing some thoughts on multiple subjects. They already have done that in the person of Chief Justice Sophia Akufo's participation last week in our conversations, but they will be sharing thoughts with us on multiple subjects, legislature, executive, and many others. So we welcome them to make their presentation. We're expecting Imani as well to be here. IDEG also will do a presentation for us before the day is over. So your IEA is invited to. That's to hand over. Okay. Okay, so no, I think that request can be accommodated. So then we can, since Imani is not currently here to make their presentation, is IDEG able to take the first?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My Executive Director, Dr. Emmanuel Akwete, who wanted to be here today because this is a pet subject, but unfortunately he's in faraway South Africa doing a presentation there as well. So he asked me to come and represent the Institute this morning, so I'll be doing the presentation.
Sure.
Second, from your introduction, it's quite obvious that political parties are a very huge subject, and it is known very well that other civil society organizations, other organizations are dealing with this subject matter. We do not intend to look at every single aspect of the subject. We are very interested in a few specific areas, sure, and that's what we will be dealing with. So, Mr. Chairman, political parties in this country are the creation of the 1992 Constitution and the Political Parties Act, Act 574/2000. And they have been assigned the specific roles to play in the development of the country. They may therefore be seen as one of the frontline agents of development. Now, having developmental political parties is strategic and transformational because political parties have spearheaded development in Western countries and in some other countries, Japan, South Africa, South Korea, Singapore, Malaysia, and even in Africa, a few examples, South Africa, Botswana, Mauritius, etc., etc., etc. Now, political parties and their leaders in these countries developed their strategic vision and prosecuted it to the letter, despite several challenges. Now, if political parties have led development in other parts of the world, then Ghanaian political parties can equally perform a similar role if certain reforms are initiated and implemented. Ghanaians have become more and more skeptical about political parties over the years as a result of vigilantism, corruption, excessive political equalization. You come to power, you sack my people, I come to power, polarization, politicization, and partisanship. The feeling is that parties are not development-oriented, but rather election machines that have nothing to offer in the building of a free and just society in Ghana. A few Ghanaians have even called for the abolition of political parties because they have nothing to offer apart from negatives and being in the news for all the wrong reasons. The key issue is the key issue is there is inadequate provision to regulate campaigns to campaign financing, which has undermined internal democracy and promoted monetization of politics. So you would take the issues one by one from this point onwards. The first issue, Ghana's political landscape has entrenched a political duopoly in which two strong parties, the NDC and the NPP, alternate to control both executive and legislative power. The control of state power at the local government level is equally concentrated in the hands of these two parties because of the effect of Article 55(3) of the Constitution, which prevents political parties from freely participating in local governance. The combined impact of this duopolistic system and the concentration of executive power at all levels has raised the stakes in electoral competition in a winner-takes-all context. This has been worsened by the weaponization of party-foot soldiers. So, concentration of power in the hands of two parties, this is not what we anticipated when we created our multi-party democratic political system, but this is what it has turned out to be. Two parties have come to dominate 100% of the seats in parliament, and they are the only ones also who currently are in the position to win and exercise control of governmental power. The second issue is the financial expenditures of political parties and fundraising have gone largely unchecked and are not accountable to anybody. The kind of rule-based, well-regulated democratic electoral politics Ghanaians expect is largely missing. The constitutional legal framework does not contain provisions on campaign finance to ensure a level playing field. There is no campaign spending limit or limit on financial donations to political parties or candidates, nor does the law provide for direct public funding of political parties or their election campaigns. Furthermore, the abuse of state resources and incumbency is a recurrent problem in Ghanaian elections and has led to an uneven playing field. The campaign period is not regulated by any specific law, and no measures to regulate the use of state resources have been introduced. A third issue, equally absent, is the statutory body that will not only regulate, but more importantly, also build the capacity of political parties to function in a democracy. It is now becoming increasingly clear that the non-election functions of the EC have to be hived off for a separate independent body to take over those responsibilities. The EC demarcates constituencies, oversees elections, and so on and so forth. There are other functions with regards to regulating the political parties and so on and so forth that the EC is unable to do adequately, perform adequately. And so maybe the time has come for us to look at this problem and hive those functions off and hand them over to another body. Another major hindrance to national development is election overload. Political parties often immerse themselves in internal party elections from polling stations to constituency to regional to national levels, prioritizing electoral competition over economic policy planning. This relentless focus on elections throughout the 4-year political cycle distracts from essential development efforts. I mean, there's at no point where we can say that the election is over. Can development take over? Election and election and election and election. Now, such a cycle is highly disruptive and requires regulation. There are no clearly defined timelines for electioneering to create space for a certain focus on national development agenda. Political parties have become election machines rather than development agents. Now, let us look at the current state of the law. Notwithstanding the negative perception of political parties, the 1992 Constitution has guaranteed their place in Ghana's democratic governance. under Chapter 7, Representation of the People, with Article 55 devoted to them. It touches on the right to form or join political parties and participate in their activities, their functions, registration, inter-party democracy, promotion of a level playing field, and regulating their activities, which is weak. Some missing areas are election overload, public funding of political parties and candidates, campaign financing, and effective regulation and application of sanctions against political parties. So, transparency and accountability, which we consider to be essential elements of good governance, 0. Political parties must therefore be transparent in their activities and accountable not only to their members but also to the public. To achieve this end, every political party is required to do the following: observe the Constitution, operate in accordance with other laws of the country, Article 55, 5, 6, 13, 14, declare to the public their revenues and assets and sources of those resources and assets, publish to the public annually their audited accounts. Now, there are basic provisions in relation to regulation of political party finance and campaign finance in the political parties law. The law obliges political parties to declare their assets, expenditures, and liabilities within 6 months of each year, within 21 days prior to elections, and within 6 months after elections. And also, the same laws prohibit foreigners from funding parties directly or indirectly. However, this law is not strictly enforced, and parties have found ways to bypass it. A common tactic involves declaring only the party's assets and minimal expenses, while shifting the bulk of the campaign costs to the presidential candidate, who, under current law, is not required to disclose personal campaign expenditures. The loopholes allows for significant unregulated spending, undermining transparency and accountability in the political process. So, based on these observations, these are the recommendations that we want to make. The constitutional amendments being proposed by IDEG are as follows. There's the need to set up an independent multi-party democracy and constitutional reform commission. It should be separate from the electoral commission. We're saying that many of the regulatory functions in relation to political parties are not being performed effectively. So have them off. Establish a new body, an independent multi-party democracy and constitutional reform commission. The commission will have the function of registering political parties, regulating their activities, and providing backstopping, technical and political support that will enable the political parties to become the principal actors of Ghana's democracy. Other activities of the commission should include convening inter-party dialogues and forums to discuss broad-based national interest issues and institute policy-oriented annual conferences for the parties akin to those that are held by Westminster Foundation for Political Parties in the United Kingdom to articulate their proposals and manifestos for national development and link them to the directive principles of state policy. The Commission will also support the political parties to develop research departments with the requisite staff with strong policy analysis capacity. All these are meant to make the political parties move away from being election machines to being developmental and transformative. So the first recommendation, set up a commission to regulate the political parties. 2, create a multi-party democracy fund. A multi-party democracy fund should be created to provide financial support for political parties and candidates to enable them to contest elections and participate in policy research and annual policy conferences, to review the party's policies and manifestos and on the development of the country. So the second proposal then is create a multi-party democracy fund to support the political parties. The third has to do with the asset declaration by the political parties and their candidates. Let us amend the Political Parties Act to require candidates to jointly submit their financial accounts alongside their political parties. This would ensure that both the party and its candidates fully disclose their expenditures, preventing the practice of offloading major campaign costs onto candidates to evade financial accountability. If they declare something very little to the EC at the end of the election, and you ask them, they say, oh, it is the candidates who spent all the money. We spent very, very little. This is not true. This is a loophole in the law, in the Constitution, that they are exploiting at this moment. Now, political parties' participation in local governance. This is something that I think is very well known for. We suggest that we amend Article 55.3 to democratize local governance. This reform would open up the executive arm of government at both the local and the central government levels to the state. The president will have to share power at the local level with chief executives who may be from opposing parties. We are thus going to witness a shift from the exclusiveness of the current winner-takes-all system to an inclusive system of governance. We are saying that the present system under which political parties are prohibited from participating in local governance system is not a no-party system. It is a one-party system. The ruling party appoints the chief executive. The ruling party appoints 30% of the assembly members. So only the ruling party, all the other parties are excluded. Now, by way of general comments, legislation must regulate the campaign activities of political parties. There must be legislation to avoid the abuse of incumbency, and state funding of political parties must be considered. Money spent for that purpose will be very beneficial. It will help strengthen political parties, particularly the smaller ones, by creating a level playing field. It will also equip parties with the resources they need to engage in research and policy development, shifting their focus from electioneering to contributing to national development. Mr. Chairman, I thank you.
Thank you very, very much for doing this within time also. You put a lot of issues on the plate. We will proceed to discuss the presentation. We have at least, you've done it so efficiently that you've given us enough time to do this before coffee or tea break at 11:30. So your recommendations for us, okay. I have been corrected by the Secretariat that before we plunge into the discussions, Mr. Ernesto Yeboah from the Freedom Fighters League, will also make a presentation. We'll take the two presentations together for discussion. I hope you are going to be as efficient as IDEC has been. Go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Chair. Good morning to all of us. And Dr. Kwesi Jonah, I'm your student.
Oh, okay. I retired a long time ago.
That was a long time ago, sir. Our presentation is supposed to be PowerPoint, and so if I can be assisted by the technical team. Okay. But then generally, we associate fully with the submissions of IDEC. We believe that they are necessary steps if we have to advance our democracy, if we have to make progress. And I think that it's high time that we see that we are in competition with the rest of the world. And whether we would want to collaborate one way or the other, we need to fine-tune our system in a way that puts our best foot forward. I don't think that our current electoral system brings the best out of us. It has more often than not led to the best and the brightest being on the periphery in the name of, I don't like politics, I don't want to get involved. And then the not too good and sometimes substandard are actually the ones at the center and deciding for all of us. Please, is the technical team ready? And so the general proposal that the Economic Fighters League is making is to change our electoral system from the first past the post electoral system to proportional representation. And there are many kinds of proportional representation. The one we are looking at, tried and tested, also in the continent, is South Africa. I mean, we can look elsewhere like Denmark and then all of that, but we are looking at South Africa because it's an African case and it has gone through the mill of time. We've seen the results it has produced over time. And I think that we can learn one or two from the South African situation. Okay, so while we wait for the okay. All right. And then can we zoom in so that, yeah. Okay, so like I said, we are proposing a proportional representation of the South African type. Now, this electoral system in South Africa is such that we have the National Assembly comprising of between 350 and not more than 400 members. I'm not saying we should go that extent. South Africa, if you look at the map, is much bigger. And so what we are suggesting is to tailor the proportional representation according to our size. Then, of course, the system is based on the National Common Voters Register. That's like our National Voters Register. And it's to ensure broad participation and representation across the country. Election results are generally reflected in proportionate, value, aligning with the composition of the assembly and the voters' preferences. And so they have what you call the provincial legislature, and that's more like regional legislature. And then they also have the national legislature. And so, whereas the regional legislature caters for the local needs of the people and aspirations of the people and all of that, the national legislature more or less advances the national cause. And this leads to fair representation because you'd have all the political demographics represented, in the House. So if the NDC got 90% in the national election, they would have 90% representation in Parliament. If the MPP and the other parties shared the 10%, all of that will be represented in the Parliament, and vice versa. The PR system in South Africa has the municipal councils, which are elected through the proportional representation system, ensuring local representation. And then at the, what I would call here are regional levels, or their regional level, they have the mixed system combining proportional representation and ward representation, which also helps in balancing proportionally with local accountability. This ensures that there is minority participation at all levels. We've talked about the proportionate value of seats to parties here and there. It prevents winner takes all, as my senior Dr. Jonah has already talked about. And then it also leads to proper inclusivity, because you have smaller parties, minority groups, marginalized groups, all represented. I think the last census pointed to a population of over 2.5 million people living with disability. So, decision making, are we saying that how long are we going to keep them out, basically, is what we are asking. But proportional representation would ensure that it's not out of the choosing or benevolence of an executive, but then by constitutional injunction, all such persons would also feel represented or will have representation in the decision-making processes of our country. We can say that for women as well. As far back as 2017, thereabout, women in parliament constituted just about 4.5%. And by my last check, the current parliament has increased it to 4.9, thereabout. And let's not be deceived by, these percentages, because the real difference is that only one addition, to women representation is what we are talking about here. Once again, Dr. Jonah talked about, funding. We buy wholeheartedly into the idea of political party funding or state funding of political parties. And so proportional representation makes room for that. There's a national legislation that provides equitable and proportional funding for political parties. It reinforces the multi-party system and promotes diverse political participation. Minority interests are also catered for. Now, with proportional representation, we worry about gerrymandering or manipulating electoral constituencies to favor one party or the other. There is vote share allocation, that seats are allocated based on vote share rather than geographic districts. Boundary manipulation of electoral boundaries is minimized, ensuring fair elections. In terms of voters' preferences, the electoral outcomes would closely mirror voters' preferences. What is happening currently under the first past the post system is that we vote against. We vote against. We don't necessarily vote for. So we vote against the parties we don't like or the government we don't like in order to make way for another party. If we want to advance our democracy, I think that the will of the people has to be centered in a way that is tied to the aspirations, hopes and aspirations, and what the people take. The likes of my senior brother, Bernard Mona. Very intelligent, guy by all standards. And politically, we see where he's aligned. He says, I'm PNC, but generally also works in solidarity with the NDC. This is something he says openly, and so it's not like I'm saying anything overboard. But I'm making a point to suggest that there is a reason why he still insists he's PNC and not NDC. And I think that our system has to tolerate views and political aspirations and hopes and visions of people and where they stand. If we cannot be honest about where decision-making processes, it would convolute our politics. It would dilute it to politics of dishonesty, politics of lack of principle. And there's a reason why our politics is the way it is. You have to be dishonest, you have to be dishonorable, and it's seen as smart. It's because the electoral system we have in place does not hone the honest values of our people. It rather hones the bad side of us, the worst side of us. And that's why on very minimal issues, and I say minimal issues like Galamsey, we don't seem to have a consensus on this. And so it has a lot to do with the electoral system that we have. More often than not, we've heard, the president has too much powers under the constitution. The real point people are making is that power has to be distributed in a way that allows the will of the people to manifest. So democratic legitimacy and all of that. So in conclusion, the South African Constitution mandates proportional representation at national, provincial, and local levels to ensure fair and inclusive political representation. The system promotes multi-party democracy, promotes minority interests, and strengthens democratic governance by aligning legislative composition with the electorate's will. How will this look like in the Ghana situation? Implementing proportional representation system in Ghana, similar to South Africa's model, offers several key advantages, particularly in enhancing democracy, inclusivity, and political stability. Our current first-past-the-post system has led to a winner-takes-all outcome. And culturally, we are not a winner-takes-all people. We are a communal, consensus-building people. That's who we are. And so if we are choosing systems from elsewhere, I think that it has to philosophically align with our values, with where we stand, with who we are as a people. Take our political system, the chieftaincy political system, for instance, and you find that when council meets, they would talk and talk and talk over an issue, debate it till, from morning to dusk, or to find a solution to the issue or to the problem. But then, with winner takes all, it becomes more about, I have the power, and therefore you can be making sense, but because I have the power, it is the power that decides, and not necessarily sense or reason or anything of that sort. I think we've come a long way to understand ourselves as a people and to heal as a nation, because we aren't making any progress with the continuous use of this electoral system that only highlights power and not reason in our politics. Now, under proportional representation systems, of course, the party gains seats in proportion to their votes, ensuring that smaller parties like the PPP, PNC get representation. And this is also where they are able to meet a reasonable threshold of between, let's say, 1 to 5%. One may look very low, but let's ask ourselves, what was the percentage score of all the smaller political parties or political parties outside the duopoly? How many percent did they garner? They could not even make, a paltry 1.5%. And so this is where we are talking about. And I think that we would help ourselves if we create systems like that. Of course, I'll come to some of the downsides of that too. Now, the current issue is that Ghana's elections are heavily polarized on regional lines, MPP stronghold, Ashanti, NDC, Volta, and sometimes in the northern, regions. A PR or regional proportional representation system would encourage parties to campaign across all regions, not just swing areas, fostering national unity and reducing divisive stronghold politics. It's more policy-driven campaigns. The current system encourages individual candidates' dominance. Example, MPs focusing on local patronage rather than national policy. Now, this is what proportional representation does. Parties would compete on policy platforms as voters choose parties rather than individuals. This could lead to better governance and accountability. And let's look at our parliament, really. Our members of parliament, who do they really represent? Do they represent their constituency? They are there on behalf of their constituencies. Do they really represent their constituency? Or they represent their parties? And I'll give you one example. E-levy wouldn't have passed if members of parliament under this first past the post system were representing their constituencies, because their constituents would have told them that don't go and say yes to e-levy. But they went to parliament and e-levy passed. Why? Because they were there to represent their parties. And so once again, first past the post system does not generate honesty in us. It generates hypocrisy. It generates deception. It looks like that's the path. And I'm not saying that for all first past the post systems, but I'm saying that in our practice, by our own experience, these are some of the conclusions that we can make. Benefits of proportional representation, like in the South African case, use of party list proportional representation allows parties to include more women, youth, minority candidates, and all of that. To go. Thank you very much. Our current problem with first past the post system, votes losing candidates. So, like I said, people want to belong to the winning side, and they feel that their votes are wasted when they don't vote in a certain way. In fact, another downside of the system is that you have situations where, and we've had it in this country, where people have won elections by 3 votes. MPs have won elections by 3 votes. So let's say 100 people cast their ballot, and then 53 voted for that MP that won with 3 votes. What about the 47? And so you would find that they are not represented, and proportional representation helps in fixing that. Some issues that comes up for proportional representation is the risk of coalition governments like what we are seeing in South Africa. Initially looked chaotic, but let's look at it closely, and you'd find that it's actually helpful, because the country is not on fire, because you have a system that forces issues to be discussed, debated, even if you are looking opposites. The people decide that, no, let's have a conversation. Let's make this happen. And proportional representation allows that to happen. And so in the short term, like I said, it may look chaotic, but in the long term, it's very beneficial for our nation. Potential challenges. So smaller political parties, set a threshold of 3 to, it may lead to more fragmentations. People might set up political parties just so that they can make their way to parliament and then all of that. So maybe we can increase it from 1% to 3%. But that's not to say that this is just an exclusive challenge of proportional representation. If you look at our current first past the post system, you would find that, hey, how many political parties we have in the books outside MPP and DC? Plenty, over 200. So, in conclusion, proportional representation would reduce polarization, improve minority representation, encourage policy-based politics, and increase voter satisfaction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Between these two presentations, I think we have covered quite a bit of ground. IDEG recommends that we have an independent political party regulator separate from the EC. Second, that we create what they call a democracy fund or multi-party democracy fund that presumably, I guess, would fund parties and campaigns. So more or less moving us towards public financing of parties. That we should extend the current regulation of party financing. So I presume that there will be still room for party financing to capture candidate campaigns, especially at the presidential level, which appears not to be currently covered by legislation. IDEC would want to see local party participation extended to local government by an amendment to Article 55(3), presumably doing away with no party assembly elections, as well as extending party participation in mayoral elections. And then recommends also legislative reform to regulate campaign and financing and abuse of incumbency, just to regulate campaigns generally. And then the Economic Fighters League supplements those recommendations with an advocacy for proportional representation, I presume, on the legislative side of things, right? Because we do have a presidential system, unlike South Africa, who, notwithstanding their chief executive being called a president, is actually a parliamentary system. So the party with the party that has either the majority in parliament or is able to put together a coalition and lead that coalition in parliament chooses the president, who actually is the prime minister. But they call it a president, just as the Germans call it a chancellor. Or in Botswana, also called a president. I think Africans, we like the leader to be a president. So even if it's a prime minister, we still insist that we call him president, him or her president. So, and I think that for me is the first question on the proportional representation side. How do you marry that with a presidential system, which is what we practice? We don't choose our executive from within parliament, or the dominant party doesn't choose the executive. We choose that separately in elections that are cast on a one person, one vote basis. The second question for you from me would be, when I look globally about, when I look at parties, systems that practice proportional representations, they are built on pretty strong parties, right? You have a strong party foundation there. How do you do proportional representation well in our system with fairly weak parties? The parties are strong electorally, but actually as parties, as policy development-oriented parties, they are fairly weak. Is there anything about proportional representation that would actually probably remake our parties into better parties, or do we take them as they come? You've talked about coalition building. I think there's really, if you marry that with a presidential system, how exactly is it going to work? You have a coalition in parliament, and then you have presumably a one-party president, a party chosen strictly on first past the post basis somewhat, and that marries with a legislature composed through proportional representation. So those are my questions for you. For the IDEC proposal, I think the idea of an independent political party regulator certainly is one that has been widely canvassed. The EC either doesn't have the capacity or the inclination or the interest in doing the political party regulation part of the job, right? Either its hands are full doing other things, and therefore that part has fallen off the radar. So there is advocacy for this. What form would it take? How would you do it? And then I think the main question for IDEG is that this democracy fund, we haven't, I don't remember the last time we did another polling on public opinion around this issue, but public sentiment, there's growing public antipathy towards parties. And at the time when public trust in parties is at its lowest, possibly, you're asking for the country to finance political parties. How exactly do we get around that? There is, indeed, there is some sense of frustration with campaign financing and how we have completely, left it as a Wild West, unregulated, money is flowing in, nobody knows where they're coming from. I mean, the parties are saturating the whole system with money during elections, vote buying, and all of that. So clearly, there is some discomfort and to put it mildly, with the way in which parties campaigns are financed now. But are we at the point yet where people are ready to countenance going to the other side and saying, let's take over the party financing business and let's actually finance it? How exactly do we do this? Do we do this in the Constitution, or do we do this through legislation?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. With the IDEG recommendations, I'm curious. NCC didn't feature at all in what your presentation, and yet it's one of the bodies in the Constitution charged with education, etc. So, in the wider scheme of things, do you think there should be a place for NCC? And I'm saying this also with respect to the fact that most of the discussions we've had since we started sitting have highlighted one point, which is our propensity to create, new agencies, institutions at the drop of a pin, and our extreme reluctance to abolish those that have served their purpose and are no longer needed. And also the fact that we sometimes set up these bodies almost as part of a tick box exercise. We set them up, we don't resource them. What guarantees do we have then that the body that you're proposing would not suffer the same fate as? So why don't we focus on those that are already existing, see what the challenges are that's preventing them from fulfilling or performing their roles, and addressing that instead of creating new ones in the hope that the new ones will do better than the old ones. And then the second point about the multi-party elections at the local levels. One of the issues, or some of the issues that we've raised about how elections are done at the national level, has been the extreme partisanship, the capture by money bags, etc., etc., etc. Wouldn't we then be replicating all that we have seen wrong at the national level, at the local levels, with perhaps with more disastrous consequences, since these are closer to the ground and have people involved on a day-to-day basis? Won't expanding or making local level elections multi-party not lead to the replication of the kinds of things that we've seen at the national level? Thank you.
Very much. Let me use that mic.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jonah, for your presentation, as well as Ernesto. I just have a couple of questions for you, Dr. Jonah. The first one has to do with the source of funding in your proposal. Where do you think we can get the money to fund the political parties? Will it come from taxes? gifts or charities from elsewhere. I didn't get that from your presentation. Then secondly, I want to find out from your model if you have any proposals to safeguard against the funding of political parties by non-nationals, let's say foreigners. Do you have any plan in your model to deal with such funding? And then thirdly, in your model, I'm wondering if you have thought about capping how much a political party can spend. In other words, should there be a limit as to how much a political party can spend during the electioneering campaign? And finally, to ask you, what do you propose to be the consequence of a breach of this proposal? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for very enlightening presentations by both presenters. I want to, my first point has to do with something none of you addressed or found relevant, and that goes to the basic question of the rights of citizens to form a political party. Article 55, 7, A, B. The Constitution prescribes that political parties must have branches in all regions of the Ghana and must be organized in not less than 2/3 of the districts in each region. And A says at least one founding member of the party must be registered as a voter in each district, in the districts and so on. My question is, why does this limitation, does this not limit citizens from forming political parties? I can understand from our own realities why the Constitution bars political parties being organized along sectarian lines. But the provisions here that I've referred to, don't these provisions therefore promote only wealthy people and entities to form political parties? Because to have branches all over and so on are quite, materially very limiting to. Meanwhile, if you take the Greens, for instance, in Europe, there were small parties, but look at the impact. In other words, a political party may not be all over, but may represent issues, ideas, and visions that inure to the entire country, devoid of tribe or religion or those sectarian affiliations. I would like your attitude to that question. Now, on your concept of developmental parties versus election machines, I will need a little bit elaboration on that, not for academic purposes, but if I understand, if we know what developmental parties are, is it something that roles of political parties that could be embodied in a constitution, for instance? In other words, whatever it means, is it something that a constitution must address? The party involvement in local elections and local governance, Alhaji, my colleague here, has raised some important points, but I also want to add to it, if we go that direction, under our current circumstances, where central government, for instance, controls, let's say, the local government endowment fund and so on, if there is a district which is dominated or led by the opposition, Under our current circumstances, don't you think that this would endanger development in some districts, which may not be led by the ruling parties in the ruling party in central government? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your presentations. My question has to do with the independent body that you're recommending. This is IDEG. And it also reminds me of yesterday's conversation with the former commissioner, Madame Rebecca Ajalo, and her submission that the roles of the commissioners should be separated so that not everything hangs on the chair. And looking at how to merge that, are you recommending that we separate the administrative functions of the EC from the regulatory functions, and how that aligns with the separation of, or the division of labor that was recommended yesterday? I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the risk of sounding repetitive, because I didn't have the full benefit of the presentation, I want to pick your mind on the smaller parties. If I say smaller parties, I'm referring to parties other than the main actors, NDC and NPP. Minority parties, right. Yeah, minority parties. So I do agree that, and I'll pick it also from where Prof left out, Professor Kakari, on the need to have political parties that are formed to advance certain ideas, to advance certain philosophies, towards our development and the growth of our democracy. Now, that notwithstanding, I've had a personal experience where some of the minority parties are formed with the sole purpose of aiding, I don't know if aiding is the right word, but aiding, abetting, collaborating, and working with one of the main parties. And that is their main existence, that's their purpose. It might not have been stated in their formation books or their foundational documents, but I know I'm speaking from personal experience. Now, they do this in diluting IPAC, for instance. So, because IPAC decisions should have to be based on consensus or some kind of voting formula. So if we were to have 5 of those parties in an IPAC meeting, and there's an issue of whether or not we should revise the register or not revise the register, they vote in a particular line in keeping with this concept of forming just to aid and collaborate with one of the key parties. Now, this phenomenon, what would be your prescription so that we can have political parties that are formed on sound ideological basis, that are robust, that are functional, and that can aid in our democratic process rather than just being appendages of the so-called big political parties? This is a worry to me, and I'm very curious as to what your prescriptions are going to be. Thank you.
May I add one more question to your plate on internal party democracy? One of the current debates around political parties is the ways in which they organize their primaries for candidate selection, and that the current arrangements in the parties, essentially, the parties appear to have their own way of doing it. At one point, the NDC, I think, moved in the direction of greater openness to allow many more people or party members to cast a vote or participate in the primaries. And according to their narrative, as one of them told me, they got punished for that. Somehow they think that the results, the outcome of the general elections did not, because only one party did it. The NDC didn't, NPP didn't do that. So this was, they thought they had done unilateral disarmament. And so the results they got in the ensuing elections caused them to retreat from that, what they considered a progressive move. So for purposes of, constitutional regulation, unless you get both parties doing this simultaneously, and this is probably something that can be done only by fiat. If the law says you must both choose your candidates this way, then that's how you're going to get it. Otherwise, one or the other party doesn't want to be the first to move, right? So would you, advocate a system where we have more or less all party members participating in the primaries, so that you don't have the current system where only a few delegates participate, and among the arguments against that is that it's easier to capture a few candidates, easier to corrupt them, easier to manipulate them to vote one way or the other. So would you be in favor of having all parties that contest an election choose their candidates for election in an open, all member participating kind of primary system? So either one of you can I mean, I'm sorry. Let's open to the.
Mr. Chairman, very, very humble suggestion. I thought for these very difficult questions, some hot coffee.
Break.
Hot coffee.
Oh, actually, we haven't had our break. I almost completely forgot. Yes. We're actually entitled to a coffee break. Yes, sorry. Yes. We have overshot our time by many minutes. Yes. Can we take a short coffee break, maybe just 10 minutes, so we can come back and you can answer those questions? Sorry. It's sorry. I had a prior understanding with Professor Michael Quay, Speaker Michael Quay, that the IEA team would come to the meeting today primarily to present in the other sense of physically hand to us materials that the IEA has put together on various thematic areas of the Constitution for purposes of this project, this constitutional reform exercise. So they are here today in that capacity, not to make a presentation to this gathering, but to present to us those documents and then schedule another time and opportunity for them to come and participate in the engagement. So I have been reminded of that understanding, which is indeed the understanding that I reached with the speaker, Speaker Okwe, in our last phone conversation on this topic. So I think we will proceed. I take that to mean that this is like a photo op opportunity where they would make their presentation and then take leave of this meeting. They're of course invited to stay, but I think they have other business, so they will take leave of us and then schedule another time when they can come in and participate. So we can do the presentation, sir. some big issues put on our plate and the plate of the presenters. So we'll give them an opportunity to respond to the questions I think that came from the committee, and then we will have another round of questions from the round table before we break for lunch.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman. I want to start from the very last question, which incidentally you put. And the question has to do with if we want to reform the political parties, should we stick with the present delegate system, or should we go to a full-fledged primary election in which every registered member of the party actually votes? And you gave the example of the NDC once attempting something like that, and then unfortunately attributing their subsequent defeat to that very practice. I don't think there was any correlation whatsoever between the defeat that followed the adoption of that system anyway. But if you take election primaries in the actual sense, it is the election before the election. It is the election within the party that determines who is going to contest. So in the real sense of the word, if you want primaries, every single registered member of the party in that area should be able to vote. And the fact that each of the major parties, the duopolies, at one time or the other has considered this option seriously means that they themselves see the merit. Why? Because the present system, delegate system, is fraught with corruption. The envelopes these days, because of the 2 NSCD notes, the envelope doesn't have to be too thick. The lighter, the better. But in the good old days, when you counted, you had to huge brown envelopes. You distribute before even you become a candidate. And in fact, the experience of many people who sailed through and became actual members of parliament will tell you that sometimes the primaries are more expensive than the actual election. So if we are able to go back to the practice, real primary elections, where every registered member, it will solve many problems. In particular, it will reduce the monetization of politics in this country, because it is at that level that the monetization actually manifests itself. So I would suggest that we try. It will create problems for smaller parties, which for some reason, one reason or the other, may argue that we don't have the financial resources to be able to do that kind of election. But that would be the best. That would be the best. So my simple answer to that question is that let us go back to primaries in the original sense of every registered member of the party. It will end the current corrupt practices. There was a question on the smaller parties by the honorable member of the committee. My colleagues from the minority parties are here, so I will leave them to speak for themselves on whether they are agents of the duopolies or they are parties in themselves. So I don't want to
maybe before you leave this issue of internal party democracy, yeah. you've only, so the delegates, moving from delegates to all member voting primaries only solves the voter end of the equation, right?
Yeah,
the candidate selection end of the equation is the other problem, right, with internal party democracy, is that these parties have erected certain barriers to participation at the candidate selection level. So some of the parties have very nebulous criteria like, have you nurtured the constituency? Which is, of course, euphemism for what have you done for us lately, right? And that, application of criteria such as that it's often used to eliminate certain candidates. They don't have to give you a reason, but you haven't nurtured the constituency. They also erect very huge fees, which of course disadvantages non-incumbents, it disadvantages challengers, youth, women. So there are a number of things that they do on the candidate selection side, as opposed to on the voting side. But if we're talking internal party democracy and opening it up, then we also have to attack that problem from that side. So any specific proposals on how we do that?
The logic of democracy is that let the people decide. What the gatekeepers in the party try to do when they erect all these barriers is to keep power in the hands of those gatekeepers. I have heard of cases where the chairman, you have to pay something just to get your name as a candidate. You have to pay the chairman something. And sometimes even regional chairmen interfere with the work of the constituency chairman. Why? Because all of them want their cut. So democratic logic requires that you remove all these barriers and just let the people themselves decide whether somebody has nurtured or has not nurtured the constituency. Don't allow a few people at the level of the executives to decide whether you have nurtured the constituency, and so on and so forth. If you listen to them, they say all kinds of things. Like the women's, one time I was having a discussion with executive members of parties that this affirmative action thing, this was before the legislation was passed. Kwesi, you win election. You are not looking for gender. You are looking for somebody who can win the election for us, whether the person is a woman or man. So forget about giving women and so on and so forth. The gatekeepers, these are the very many excuses they give to defend their interests. So let us do away with them. Let the people decide whether you have nurtured or not nurtured any constituency. Let the people decide. Okay. So then there was another question from Professor Karikari about
before Ankwesi moves from there, I wanted to actually go further on the issue of
the delegate
internal
party democracy.
And I was also wondering, even our general elections today.
Can you introduce yourself again?
Okay.
Citizen.
My name is Citizen Atudazi. I'm the General Secretary of GCPP. And I was saying that our general elections today, we say that it is monetized, and we know it is so. So just removing the stamping blocks in terms of increasing the number of people who can vote. So let's say every party member is entitled to vote, will not necessarily take away
take a huge chunk of the problem away.
The monocracy. The reason is that, see, even all sort of elections in this country are becoming monetized. Council of State elections, we saw it. House of Chief elections, we see it. In fact, churches, within churches, these days, churches are having elections and it's monetized. This has become a fabric of our society. So, and I remember, I think one of the panel members, committee members, talked about the role of NCC. And for me, I would generalize it into the role of education in all of this. Because once we don't bring the people along, we might set up several things in the name of trying to cure some of these things, but we end up even worsening the situation. We might not end up really dealing with the issue. So I think we need to look beyond just opening the internal elections. We can open it up and you think that people will struggle, but now people are still looking for money. And you see, sometimes the candidate is not even the chairman asking for money. The candidate tell you that, can I pay to get my name in there? So now candidates are offering. So you might set all the laws. There are so many laws that we have in this country, but people will do it in such a way that it cannot be heard and there won't be any evidence for you to prosecute. Because if myself as a candidate go to a regional chairman or a constituency chairman that I want to be a candidate, even though I'm not a party member, try and backdate a membership card for me and I will pay. It is a transaction between the two of them that sometimes you might not even hear, even though you put all the laws in place to cure some of these things. So that's what I'm saying. Maybe we should also consider other things beyond that.
Yeah. Okay, so Prof. Karkari's question, even though we are in a multi-party liberal democratic system, the Constitution and the political parties law put all kinds of impediments in the way of political parties. For example, a party should have offices in all the regions of the country and office in 2/3 of the districts of the country, a founding member from each, and so on and so forth. My simple answer to that question is that IDEC thinks that this should be scrapped. This particular provision in the Constitution and in the political parties law is informed by a 1957 Act, the Avoidance of Discrimination Act, which act was passed purposely to ban the NLM, the NPP, the Togoland Congress, Gashifimope, Muslim Association Party, which forced them to come together to constitute the United Party. Now, that was a long time ago. Unfortunately, we have been haunted by this experience, and every constitution we are trying to make restrictive. We don't need it. We are in the 21st century, where you can hold virtual meetings. You don't need a party to have office in every district, and so on and so forth. For me, if a party has offices in the 16 regions of the country, in all the regions of the country, that should be enough. And that office should take. So we don't need all those restrictions, and the time has come for us to take another hard look at these provisions, which in fact restrict the capacity of parties to operate freely. Those laws. Okay. Okay. So, Prof. Karkari, that's my reaction to that question. Now, Mr. Jokoto, your question about capping how much a political party can spend on campaign and so on and so forth in very many democracies. I mean, good democracies. There are restrictions on how much you can spend. There are restrictions on how much even an individual can contribute. But we have grabbed democracy by the wrong end of the stick, and we are doing everything. I think the time has come for us to begin introducing some of those restrictions from international experiences that have worked. We should begin to restrict how much an individual can spend, can contribute to a party, how much a candidate can spend. We can't just allow them to spend.
How do you police that? I mean, basically, if you look at the capacity of our state, even on the taxation side, one of the reasons I think for our low tax to GDP ratio is just the capacity, the state's capacity to identify, who is making what, who is paying what. Now, how do you put a cap, an expenditure limit that you can't police? We know where the key expenditures are for parties: billboards, baby jingles, campaigns, those kinds of things. Would it not be better if we actually directly regulated those things? We say, look, you can only have X number of billboards per constituency. They can be only this size. They can be, so for a society like ours, where we have had serious capacity issues, tracking flows of money, tracking income levels, when you ask why we can't use means testing to implement SHS, they say, well, we don't have the capacity. We don't know who is poor and who is rich. So if you have those kinds of problems, how do you track how much money somebody has spent on a campaign, how much money I donated to a party? Maybe for us at our level, the best way of regulating this is on the expenditure side, but more direct things like number of billboards, size of billboards, number of jingles you can play on a radio in a day. I mean, if we do those kinds of more practical things, I would think that we can, really deal with this problem a lot more effectively. If you just borrow expenditure limits and say nobody must give a party more than 50,000 cedis, how are you going to find out?
Mr. Chairman, I agree with you entirely that there are low-hanging fruits that we can start with. But if we are going to sit down and say that, we don't have the capacity to do that, X, Y, Z, then it will continue forever and ever and ever. As we tackle the low-hanging fruits, we must also be able to build a capacity. Otherwise, this problem is going to remain there forever, and you're not going to be able to do anything about it. So I agree with you. Even shortening the campaign period will limit the amount of money each party will spend. Build the billboards problem that I've mentioned, and many other things that we can very easily tackle. But we cannot, in the name of lack of capacity, just allow this problem to linger forever. Then, there were sources of funding for political parties. Well, IDEC has always drawn the distinction between state funding and public funding. The reason we draw this distinction is that we think that if we want to make a contribution towards the funding of political parties, the state should be able to create a basket of funding. Companies that do not want to be identified with any party in particular can put something small in it. Patriotic, philanthropic Ghanaians who also want to support democracy can put something in it, so that it is not only the tax money, the taxpayers' money that's going in there. The government will put in a little bit of tax money, but even donors who want to help, they can do that openly and transparent if they want to. I'm not so sure that given the trend of international funding these days, they want to. But you should create a public funding that enables the private sector, individual philanthropic Ghanaians who want to contribute, and then the state will also put in something. That is the kind of public funding that we are thinking about, not completely taxpayers' money. So Tanko will contribute, the way he's smiling. So that is what we are thinking about. We are not thinking of exclusively taxpayers' money. Okay, so the NCC, I think it was Mr. Tanko who also spoke about the NCC. The NCC, we all know their problem. I did a program in one of the regions, and the NCC rep who came there, we got into a conversation about funding. He said, Kwesi, our budget for last year was 2,500. And I said, look, if you write to me, I'll pay you more than 2,500. At NCC district, a whole district has 2,500 CDs for all its activities. How do you even fuel your vehicles? So the NCC can contribute, given the kind of functions that has been assigned in the Constitution, they can do a lot. But I think for some strange reason, they have never been adequately funded. And unfortunately, some of our development partners also think that there are certain things that you should do for ourselves, especially when it concerns your democracy. They cannot forever be putting money. So if you can strengthen the NCC, yes, they can help in educating the public on very many of these political parties, members of the public, on all these matters. But at the moment, the NCC is so weak financially that it's not worth.
May I follow up on that, on Mr. Tanko's question? Would you support, because the idea of not continuing to mint new organizations or constitutional bodies, right, is one that is also on the table. Would you support a repurposing of NCCE to become the party regulator, for example? Or, in the alternative, could we be more explicit and say that the EC shall have an elections division, a party, whatever regulation division, if you assign those tasks more specifically, and then you said, you shall have this division that will do this work, so that it's not something that is part of the mixed bag of things that the NCC does, but you expressly say that you must do this job, and somebody must head that division to do it. You must have an elections division, you must have constituency demarcation division, whatever, right? If you expressly did it that way, do you think it would be one way to go as opposed to creating a new body? And if it's a new body, could we repurpose the NCC to do that?
Well,
and then change its name maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, well, no, for us, the function is more important than the structure.
Sure.
If the function can be performed in whatever way, we would prefer that. The reason we are so skeptical about putting this function onto an already existing body is that the result will be the same as the EC. We already have too much on our plate, and you're coming to add to it. So that is why we are suggesting that let us create another body. But for us, the most important thing is the function being performed. Now, there's this question of if you allow political parties to go into local government, then they'll be fooling around the same way they fool around at the national level. And now, the logic of this argument, is that, in that case, let us abolish party politics altogether. Because to tell you the truth, if you go to my village, they have carried NPP, NDC polarization to such an extent. It's a fishing village. And depending upon which party wins the election, the distribution of fuel for the fishermen, they call it premix, goes to the members of that party. And so they have more interest in the outcome of the election than Baumia or Mahama. It will determine who sells petrol. And if you sell the petrol, you also get a lot of fish from the fishermen, if you give them preference. Priority. So the polarization that the people are complaining about is already there. They have carried it there anyway. I don't know how much more polarization letting the parties go into local government will add.
Yeah, but I think, so this is a very difficult task for constitution making. Sometimes you say, well, take the context into account. So one way you can take the context into account is to legitimize it, is to say that this is how the stuff is on the ground. So we can't run away from it. The other alternative is to say that this is how the stuff is on the ground. We shouldn't countenance it or exacerbate it because it's counter-developmental. So taking context into account could mean one or the other. And in this particular instance, I think we are all agreed that the extent of party polarization, whether in our national politics or at the local level, is counter-developmental. So if this is how we are, should we, through constitutional, through the constitution or even legislation, deepen it or exacerbate the problem?
Yeah, but Mr. Chairman, I was only responding to this very specific question from Mr. Tanko. But if we were to go into the benefits of political parties going into local government, we would all probably come to the conclusion that the benefits will far outweigh some of these disadvantages, especially the specific one that Mr. Tanko has. There will be a lot more developmental benefits than. Now, take a look at simply the level of interest local people have in district level elections. Throughout the Fourth Republic, 35% on the average. When we hit 63% turnout in the last election, 2024, at the national level, everybody was complaining. But this is by far better than the average for local government elections. Why do you think this is so? It is so precisely because the political party, which is the most effective mechanism for mobilizing people, for raising interesting issues, is absent at the local level. one district, one factory, 24-hour economy, free SHS, and so on and so on. Because this mechanism is missing there, the turnout is low. Second, when it comes to development, the people want to see services efficiently delivered and so on and so forth. We don't have that competition between parties for development at the national level. This party trying to move the country forward in terms of development more than the other party, and so that competition does not exist. And as I told you, what we are operating now is simply a one-party local government system. So we could go, if that is the question, we could go on, and you will come to a conclusion that if you allow them in, the benefits will be far outweigh the merits.
Dr. Jonah, I had a question for you in relation to how do we safeguard against funding by foreigners?
No,
are they at liberty to also contribute towards the public funding of the political parties?
It would be you create a level playing field if allow them. At the moment, the level of foreign influence in our financial influence on our elections is huge. The law says they should not. The law says you should not. But I had a conference in Bamako, and I happened to be sitting by somebody who says he used to be the finance minister in a neighboring country. And the guy was taking me through how he led some big financier I cannot mention to bring loads of dollars. If you made it open so that every party can openly do it, it will be far better than the present system where you have very elaborate legislation against foreign funding, and yet foreign funding is going on all the time, and we all pretend as if it is not happening. It is very.
So if I understand your recommendation is that we should legitimize it.
No. If you cannot legitimize it, keep quiet. Just shut up. Just shut up about it. But at the moment, the law has not helped us at all. It hasn't stopped it.
That hasn't helped, or the absence of the regulator. I mean, I thought some of these things
no, it is not. You're right. It is not the law itself that has failed.
Because the law is almost, this is universal practice. Most countries don't allow foreign interests to fund their parties. But I thought his question was more specific to your multi-party democracy fund. Would you admit funding or funds from non-Ghanaian sources?
Okay.
And must they be done transparently or anonymously? Because one of the ways in which sometimes you take care of this influence of foreign interests, that you can say, you may donate into this fund, but you donate anonymously. That's if you're interested in donating at all. We don't have to know where who is donating, so that you can't come back and say, oh, I'm the person who gave the Ghana Multi-Democracy Fund 2 billion cedis, and therefore give me this contract, right? So sometimes you do these things, and you say, well, if you want to do it from a very civic-minded, you want to do it disinterestedly, then the way you do it is that give to the fund, but we won't announce the donor. Right?
Yeah, I think that will help. I think creating the main purpose for creating the fund is to put it beyond the control of any particular party, and also maybe to ensure that people who make contributions into the fund can have their identities protected if they so want.
How would the fund be shared, distributed among the political parties? Because considering that they are not of the same size, same magnitude,
no. The models. There are too many models around the world. Okay. There are too many models around the world. Some of them they have an equalization factor, which means that every party, once it is registered legitimate political party, gets a certain small amount. Then they have other funds that go to the parties according to performance in the last election, and so on and so forth. Some can even tie it to the extent to which you promote women in politics. It will setting up the fund will help the state to do many of the things that you have up till now been unable to do.
But Prof, so from your experience, what would be your recommendation for us?
The military have a term, ambush. Ambush, but I can submit something to the committee because there are too many models.
Thank you.
But pardon? Okay.
Make a point.
No, the issue about foreign funding, I think it is more, the law is centered on political parties, but not campaign financing. So what I've seen being done, and I think you made mention of it, and this is in response to the question asked earlier, is that monies are now donated to the presidential candidate, and it goes to his campaign. So when parties are even accounting for it, sometimes we don't account for it under our statement of account, because that is, they will say it was the presidential candidate's money. So we don't necessarily account for that. So I think that is what happens. However, their model rather will probably help deal with the issue, because now it is a fund that is not being dedicated to a particular political party, but is towards democracy. So then it is a pool, because sometimes we even talk about it at IPAC meetings where we say that, let's say a UN agency wants to support the capacity of research department of political parties. How can they do that? Because the law does not give room for that. But if you have a body that actually is set up for such a purpose, then they can take that money on behalf of all the political parties to develop the various political parties in there. So I think the model that IDEC is suggesting would rather be in the best interest of dealing with issues about donors, foreign donors here and there, because then it can make it more punitive. And then the law can be broadened not only on political party financing, but even on campaign financing as well. Because that is the lacuna here. There is nothing on campaign financing.
Yeah, I think, yeah, okay.
Yeah. My name is Simon Abonunga, United Wangana. Wangana.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to comment on what my brother spoke about some few minutes ago about the registering of political parties, which is very cumbersome. Indeed, before you could get your certificate, your party certificate, you have to go through a lot of processes, which I think if we are to continue with the old ways, it's going to actually breed corruption if we are to go by whatever the law has said, two-thirds. It is not easy to acquire office, even one place alone. It's not easy. And that is where the corruption starts. Somebody can say, okay, I have money, I have this, I'll offer my place for you to be used as your party office. He's giving it with strings attached to it. So if we don't look at it very well and make it simple way, just like, okay, we can introduce in the electoral reforms, we can introduce an online registration kind of stuff, or we can have a quota, or we can reduce the number of offices that the electoral commission normally wants us to do, the two-thirds. We can say one-third. Or maybe we can even say, okay, regionally, you should have a regional office in all the regions that we have. And that's, I think that way, it will go a long way in curbing this corruption and all that, both parties. And then the other side that I would want to also talk about is the political funding. In fact, we don't know we don't know the capabilities of the, let's put it this way. Paying tax in Ghana is something. People don't want to even hear the word tax. But it is the tax we use to develop the country. But It is because of how it is being used. That is why people don't want to do what? To pay the taxes. So I believe that the political parties, in order to curb corruption and move our country forward, I also propose, I know others have spoken about that, I also propose that we can relook at it. Either the state will sponsor it fully, the political parties fully, or they will put a quota. And it should be in the constitution. You should put a quota that, okay, say every political party in an election year, let's say you are supposed to spend $1 million or 1 million CD, something like that. No party should spend more than the 1 million Ghana cedis. It can be done. And that will help us fight corruption. Because if I spend more money to do my campaign and come back and win power, do you think that I'll not recoup my money back? I have to get it back. Sponsors, people have sponsored you to actually get what you have gotten. And so everybody will be on your neck. Oh, you have come to power. You have to, I need this position, I need this, I need that, because he has helped you with that. So if we have a quota in that, or a limit in that regard, I think we'll move forward as a country. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think I will answer one more question and then allow them to inject a little bit of economic freedom into the discussion. Okay, I think there was this other question about the fund, the multi-party democracy fund, and the sentiments about public financial support for the political parties. We have created the impression in this country that political parties are for-profit organizations of some politicians. It is the politicians' private companies will come to power and chop. So the public attitude towards the party is very negative. Why are you going to put money into an organization, a political organization, which when it comes to power will benefit just, that is the attitude. I think we need to deal with this negative attitude towards the political parties if sincerely we want to spend the taxpayers' money on them. But at the moment, if you did a referendum among the Ghanaian people, do you want public funding to go into the financing of political parties? 65% minimum will say no. And that is unfortunately the situation that we are having to deal with now.
Prof. Jonah, just before you hand over the microphone, I asked a question which I haven't received an answer yet. I asked the question, what would you prescribe as a consequence for a breach of situations where a political party exceeds the cap?
Oh,
should it lead to?
You mean what penalties? What penalties, for example? If we are spending the taxpayers' money on such a party, it should affect how much money you get. If we are not spending taxpayers' money, you fine them. You fine them. But quite frankly, spending some public money on political parties will enable the state to achieve a lot of democratic objectives, disciplining them, getting them to do the right things, like promoting women in politics, and so on and so forth.
Actually, it's an interesting, we once had a forum with political parties. This is like 2015, thereabouts. And it was to develop some law around campaign finance. And actually, 3 parties were represented at that forum. NPP, NDC, at the highest level, party chair, general secretary, each of them came. And there was bipartisan consensus around this issue about financing. The immediate reaction was, but you people, you don't give us any money. Why are you going to make rules for us? Of course, we make rules for all kinds of entities we don't give money to. We make rules for companies we don't fund. I mean, the state has that power to do it. But they were resisting this idea that without giving them anything, we could actually impose rules on them. And of course, we had a back and forth around that. So there is this sense amongst the parties that unless and until we give them something, we do not have cause to make rules binding them in those ways, especially around money. So I agree with you that the moment you start giving them money, it really makes it easier to regulate all manner of things that they do. And some of the fines that you are, in terms of fines, even this public fund you are proposing could be funded through fines and fees and other sanctions that are imposed on parties for violations, so that basically they will contribute towards funding, our democracy. If they misconduct themselves, they will have to pay to help finance it. So I think the principle is good. The idea is good. Even though we don't have to give them money before we regulate them, they are operating within jurisdiction. They are doing things that affect the public interest, that we can just on public interest basis regulate any and everything they do, as long as it's not unconstitutional. But I think if we do give them money, it makes it easier, because their attitude is that we have to give them something before we can enter their financial, their financial management stuff.
Okay, so Freedom Fighters.
So it's open. Yes, you can. It's your turn next to respond to the questions.
Okay. I think it's a very tough job coming after somebody like Dr. Jonah. But then, Professor Chair, you asked the question about how we imagine proportional representation to pan out in a presidential system like Ghana, citing South Africa's case more belonging to the parliamentary. I think that it's not cast in stone, something that we can all agree on. We can maintain our presidential system and still tie proportional representation to it. Because the kind of proportional representation we are suggesting to the committee is the proportional representation of the South African type, party-less proportional representation. And so if the PNC is going to contest in the election, they present their candidates. I mean, this will be the presidential, the president in the event that the party to power. These will be your members of parliament and so on and so forth. So we can look at it in that way, so that the votes obtained by the party nationally then is replicated in parliament in terms of representation. So the party got 50.1 or 57% of national, votes cast. And then they have 57% representation in parliament and so on and so forth. So I think that's, a suggestion for that. You asked, a question about why the parties are weak. The parties outside the duopoly are weak. They are weak essentially for the kind of electoral system that we are running. Because by my understanding, the arrangement had been that where political parties obtain, especially at the parliamentary level, obtain 25% of the votes or above, they get some amount of their monies back. And so what happens to parties that don't meet that threshold? And so what you have is that all their money back, actually. And so what you have is that the duopoly remains stronger. They got all their money back to be able to contest in the next election. But Cheddar won't get his money back. Traboso won't get his money back. And when elections is over and we don't hear from them, we blame them. We don't hear from you. It's because they are weak. You go and look for all the money, beg people, negotiate, go into the election, and you don't get your money back. But some people get their money back because they are able to obtain a certain threshold set by the Electoral Commission. So there is a reason for their weakness, and that's one of them. The other reason being that there is also the idea of the wasted vote. Nobody wants to go through the task, sometimes going all the way to their hometowns or their places of abode, some traveling all the way from outside back to Ghana to come and cast their vote, if they think that the vote is going to be a wasted one, even though the party they love may be Trabosom's party or PNC or CPP or any other party outside the duopoly. So proportional representation caters for the idea of the wasted vote, in that it guarantees the voter that even if you don't end up winning, becoming the majority, that vote that you cast, constituting that 1% or 3% or whatever, will still be represented in the decision-making process. You would find them in parliament. You would find them articulating your position, your views, your hopes, your aspirations. And that's one thing that the proportional representation cures. It cures the idea of the wasted vote. And through that, the parties can also get strengthened. I mean, if a party obtained 1% at an election, and they go to parliament and they perform well, they articulate the vision and hopes and aspirations of the people, I'm sure Ghanaians in their judgment may want to add maybe another percentage in the next election. So from 1%, it becomes 2%. That is how we build a true multi-party democracy, a system that advances the hopes and aspirations of all and not just a few, or of including the weak and not just the strongest. I think that the greatest test of our democracy lies in how we protect the rights and the voices of the marginalized, of the weak, of the minority within our society. And proportional representation does just that.
Ernesto, may I interject?
Yes, please.
So, yeah, you've laid out the case for proportional representation. Let me go back again to the presidential system plus proportional representation in the parliamentary election. So you do proportional representation in parliamentary elections based on the proportion of votes you get in the national elections. You get a proportionate number of seats. So you are more likely to have a multi-party parliament where, you know, as many parties as possible that participated in the election are represented. But then you have elected a president on essentially a first past the post basis, possibly with a runoff. Now, a lot of parties compete in our elections, and this is the Ghanaian context, largely to get into power on the executive side, right? So it's really, when we say you want to get into government, it's not just representation in parliament. People don't just want voice, they want power. And that is in the executive arm of government. So you have a multi-party parliament, but a one-party president in the formulation that we're looking at. What prevents the dominant party from doing what our two parties did from 1992, 1996? There were smaller parties in parliament, even with the first past the post when we started this. PNC, CPP, they were all able to elect 1 or 2 or 3 people into parliament. Over time, they were captured. And the attraction was executive power, right? So the executive can promise you this ministerial job or can help you become deputy speaker or one of those things. So using those enticements, the two big parties essentially killed off these small parties. How is that tendency not going to be repeated, even with proportional representation? to the extent that one party still controls executive power in the presidential system on the executive side, you go into parliament with NDC and MPP remaining the dominant parties, even if you form a coalition, right? They give you a post here and there. Next election, you have defected. So you see that all the alternative you get is what the presidential, the semi-presidential system produces in France. So you get cohabitation, right? Where the presidency is in the hands of one party, say Macron wins, but because proportional representation is how you do parliament, Macron can actually end up with a parliament where his party is the minority, which is currently the case somewhat. So you're going to have a system where the president has controls the executive power, but in parliament, he's the minority party. How does that play out in our system, for example? We almost got a kind of result like that in 2020, right? And if we had had that, it could have precipitated a constitutional crisis of sort, especially where, of course, under your new formulation, maybe you would not have that. But if you have a system that says the president must choose a majority of his ministers from within parliament, the parliament you're talking about now has the president's party in the minority, and the majority MPs think that they are the bosses here. They are now going to be asked to choose ministers from the minority side. They will defeat every proposal. Every one minister you propose, they say, you choose us. You choose us, or it's not going to work. So if you lay this on the Ghanaian landscape, political landscape, exactly how do you see it playing out? You know, I just, not the advantages and things that you've talked about, but if you actually put it on the ground, and given the nature of our politics and our sociology around these things, how do you think it's going to play out with the presidential system? Or should we throw it away and go for a parliamentary system? I guess that's what I'm trying to push you to.
Well, I want to leave that to the committee, because and we are doing this because we also don't want to appear rigid in our thinking. We just want a conversation that leads to progress. And so it cannot be just us. Time has shown us that it's also important to listen to the other side, especially the views that we do not necessarily agree with. And so on this particular type of nomenclature for a proportional representation system that we want, we have said to the South African case, we can take it in whole or take it in parts. But whichever way, I mean, we decide to, that for me, the fundamental issue would be that we have all agreed to make a departure from the first past the post system. We've practiced it for over 30 years now. This is the results that we have. Do we have the best and brightest of our people forward in decision making? Are we benefiting as a country in totality? And I think those for me would be the considerations and overriding concerns. If I can move on to the other questions that were asked, or if there are any interventions. I think Professor Kakari mentioned Article 55, 7A and B. And on this, we align wholly with IDEC in Dr. Jonah's submission that it has to be revoked or scrapped, so that we concern ourselves more with ideational politics of ideas, politics of the outstanding law over whether parties being established based on tribal or, ethnicity lines or religious lines, we can maintain that you don't establish a party based on that. but you can establish a party based on an idea, a simple idea, that we want to green Ghana, and that's what we stand for. Why not? You can go with, you can go on and constitute a political party based on that. You don't need political party offices in all the districts, and I think that there are also ways by which ideas are stifled and progress is not made at the end of the day. And so we align wholeheartedly with Dr. Jonah and IDEC on that. Now, on the general question of party primaries, yes, Professor Chair, you mentioned and you passed it in, and it was a very important point you made there, that some of the political parties have a problem with membership. And so if you say national elections, in some of the regions, they would not even get one person to go and cast a ballot. And so in cases like that, what do we do? I think that becomes more the challenge of the party than our responsibility to think. I mean, if you're a party and you don't have representation in one region or the other, yes, you submit your list to the Electoral Commission. Okay, these are the members of our party, and then you show the regional complexion of your party, and then the Electoral Commission, based on that, mounts the ballot boxes. So maybe certain places wouldn't have, the ballot box because they don't have any registered members there. And it becomes the work of the political parties to then build to have, members there. I think that could be the spirit with which we grow a true multi-party democracy and not a two-party or one-party system as we currently have. One party in the sense that, and occasionally it has come up when politicians begin to refer to themselves as we, the political class, and forging some form of let us agree and protect ourselves on this. Let us agree and take this particular. In those moments, the party doesn't matter. They become one. And that threatens the value and principles of our multi-party democracy. And I think that these are some of the ways by which we can protect the vision of our wise framers in wanting to have a multi-party democracy as stipulated in the 1992 Constitution.
Okay.
I'll come to funding of political parties, but
yes,
come in.
So my intervention would give you the opportunity to clarify, some of the statements we just made. Thank you, Chairman. Now, the idea of multi-party democracy is to give equal opportunity and a fair environment for participation and competition. So electoral laws, rules for registrations should be fair as among political parties, as many as are formed.
Absolutely.
Okay, the same rules should apply to all of them. The idea that we should use the system to grow multi-party democracy, I have a bit of a problem with that. Perhaps you can help elucidate and expand what you mean by, because you don't also want to defeat the basic tenets of democracy, that the majority rules. Okay, that if we present the same set of criteria, the same environment, fair rules, transparency and everything, for every group of persons or people with ideological considerations, then as many as want to participate, the rules are the same. The EC does not discriminate between NDC or GPPP and all of that. Why must there be specific rules to grow the other smaller parties? I don't think that, I need to be convinced as to why, because I don't think that that necessarily is the constitutional understanding of multi-party. Multi-party means that there are basic rules that apply to every democratic institution called a political party. What is the case for treating smaller parties to grow and specifically to give you proportional representation? Because then the parties with majority numbers, the counter-argument is that but we have the same rules, we have the same environment to compete, and we have obtained the highest number, and majority rule must pertain, and that is the basic tenet of democracy. Now, the other comment I want to make is this, and Prof has alluded that already. Even under the 1992 Constitution, you would notice that some of the minority parties still had representation in Parliament. The typical example is the PNC. So the PNC won in Bolkatanga constituency consistently, despite the dominance of NDC and NPP. Now, can I suggest that rather than spreading yourself thin in terms of resources, because this discussion is about resources and your ability to participate and compete with the other, why don't you target specific constituencies? If the point of multi-party is to represent it in Parliament. Well, so if I were you, instead of spreading myself thin in 276 constituencies, I'm going to go and attack one particular constituency, Bongo constituency, and none of the two parties can compete with you. If you consolidate your resources and that you're going to compete and win, and you present credible candidates that can espouse the sort of ideas and the ideologies that you are talking about, you would always have some sort of representation. Why don't you do that?
Would you have to do away with the national character requirement in the Constitution to enable that? Because I'm not one of the big fans of national character requirement. I think the political process itself can produce that result without, basically legislating it by fiat. I mean, if the population, voters don't think you have a national character, they don't want to vote for you, they would not vote for you. We don't have to engineer that to the Constitution. But and I think that was maybe that was partly why the smaller parties failed. But I was disappointed that they disappeared. I would have liked to see a party that was strong in a particular region, because these regions do not only represent tribes or ethnicity. There are certain region-specific concerns and grievances. There is a lot of spatial inequality in our system, so it's possible that in a particular part of the country, this issue really is what concerns them the most, and we should allow regional parties to emerge. They may not win national power, but they will probably will articulate the regional party's interest the most, better than any other party. So would you then say that the national character requirement cannot go along with the proposition you are making, that if you have such a party, somebody can say you're not a national party and you should not exist?
Prof, I think we are aligned on your intervention, which is that if you were to win a particular seat in any part of the country and you go to the National Assembly to represent that interest, there's nothing that detracts from national character in that sense, because there's a constituency that believes in your message and whatever you think your principles and processes or your proposals for development are, they vote for you. So you don't have to be everywhere. You don't have to. I'm just saying that as opposed to the party themselves, they have it within themselves to say, I am putting this, and for instance, let's say you go to one of the constituencies that is ravaged by Galamsey. Okay? You're a political party. You call yourself the Green Revolution Party of Ghana. What is this revolution? The Green Revolution is to say that you want to protect the national environment, and that the political parties that exist today, the NPP and NDC, are paying less attention, are not institutionally robust, do not have the character and the attitude, and they don't give serious attention to the protection of our environment. So you focused on fighting Galamsey as a political party, and that is your message. And you go to the Galamsey areas and put very robust ideas and principles forward as to how you can better protect the environment. So that is a single issue focused, and that part of the constituency would go with you. I think that is how it is, because now we have to also take that the voters know what they're doing. If I vote for a political party, it's because I think that you have the human resources and you've got the organizational acumen and you have what it takes to organize and then drive the nation forward. That's why voters also vote. We don't vote because you have put yourself on the ballot paper. And so if the majority vote for a particular issue or a particular political party, we have to assume that they're voting and they understand the reasons why they vote the way they vote.
Well, so, okay.
If I can come in, but this is almost a bit of a wider issue, particularly dealing with some points that IDEG made with respect to limiting the campaign period or reducing or being specific about it, and also in terms of campaign financing. I agree almost completely with your suggestions, but I think that in trying to legislate or bring into the Constitution some of these things, we also need to be aware of some contextual issues that either explain why things are done that way or may impede the implementation of these reforms. So if you talk of a campaign period, the challenge in Ghana is that it's what constitutes campaign. Outside the example of a friend who went and contested primary somewhere, lost, came back and was nursing his wounds. And then, after the elections, people came and said, you are sitting, you won't come back. I said, oh, what for? I mean, we haven't started. He said, oh, you sit there. Those who have an eye on the seats in 4 years' time are busy attending funerals, outdoorings, and etc., and giving monies. And you are sitting here, you are waiting for the party to declare that the primaries are open before you come. By the time you come, there will be nothing left for you to listen. Which then means that, campaign starts right after the last election. You need to attend funerals, you need to attend outdoorings, you need to exactly. And that's part of, yes, Ramadan, yeah. So if we don't study this well, we may come up with some very artificial, boundaries that would not solve any problem. What constitutes, and then the second one about the campaign financing, likewise, Chair was talking about billboards and etc. But I think in terms of the campaign, those ones may not be the most significant expenditure. The most significant will be actually what goes on, yes, that before you even enter the community, and this same friend, I'm using him as a lesson, they asked when he was going around the communities that before you even go there, they will send an emissary to ask you, what is it that you are bringing? How are you coming? The kind of water, the kind of soft drinks, all determine the kind of reception that you will get. And then after the meeting, what are you giving us to go and drink water? What are you giving us to take transportation? Are we going to add all this to the, and then of course the donations by proxies or the expenditure by proxies? Oh, I went this place, I was coming, I bought 500 T-shirts for you. Sometimes they don't even give you the T-shirts. They just go directly to the community and then give it out and etc. So I'm not saying that it's not good to try and then control this, but I think that we should have, whatever we come up with should be based on a very, very good understanding of the practice on the ground so that we don't end up making laws or provisions that are honored more in the breach than in this. Thank you.
May I? So, a small anecdote about traveling to Dakar during the last elections and not seeing any billboards, any posters, not hearing any jingles, no rallies, because the campaign season, like the fishing season, had not been open, right? So yes, you would not cure 100% of the problems. I mean, we can't make the perfect the enemy of the good. But if you have a system, if we had a system here where until the campaign season is officially open, you may not have posters, you may not have billboards, you may not have jingles, you may not have rallies. It will take care of a substantial amount. It's impossible to, of course, deal with these subterranean ways of doing campaigns, going to churches and that I don't even know that is possible, right? But if we could at least get a handle on these overt ways of doing campaigns, we would still have made quite some progress, right? So I understand. I mean that basically sociology, people campaign in different ways, but these are also like now because there's no regulation. The reason why they keep the billboards there is that they want to come back. So the billboards are still there, the posters are still there for the next 4 years, unless there is a law saying take these things down. In fact, after the election, they erect more to thank people. So there are thank you billboards, by those who have won, and they will stay there for another 4 years and clutter everything. You can't see traffic. The whole place is cluttered, unsightly. It's like some urban jungle, right? But they're going to be staying there. So I think if we can at least sanitize the environment where these things are off, and until about in Senegal, I think the election season is like 6 weeks, 6 or 8 weeks to election before you can start doing these things. Until that time, we don't see any of these things out. It still helps somewhat.
Manifestos. They don't launch the manifesto in January. They launched it very close to election. So this will give you a sense of, if we want to fix a campaign period, where do you peg it? All the major parties, I haven't seen any of them launching their manifesto even 5 months before elections. No.
Yes, there were a few questions that were put
Sure,
at me.
sure.
Let me just deal with them within 3
we
seconds.
We have by a clock here.
3 seconds.
Okay.
You talked about...
You have a good hour before lunch, so okay. It's good.
You talked about proportional representation, growing smaller parties. That perhaps is my bias. And I think that if we want to be honest with ourselves, there's a crisis on our hands in terms of political representation in its fullest. And there are very clear barriers or impediments that ought to be lifted in order to have a fair playing field and then all of that. I think maybe there may be a day for even media representations or media frequencies and how they are obtained. I don't know if the Commission has any plans for that, but all of that goes into this fair, inclusive system that we are talking about. Because in Ghana today, I can simply ask somebody a simple question. Also, what is your favorite radio station? And by the answer the person gives, I know where the person belongs. In terms of the media allocations, I mean, in terms of the frequency allocations, how representative, politically representative are they? I mean, we can come there in all of that. And then you talked about how political parties can do, let's say, a constituency focus. Yes, it's national, but it's just focused on one constituency, and then that's it. I mean, I've been a practitioner. I've been in the field, and what I have seen is what I'm about to say. That you have situations where, in cases like that, the duopoly immediately unites against that threat and eliminates that threat. And so you would find a situation where that minor political party obtains about, let's say, 25% of the votes. Not enough to win, but then 25% goes to waste. And that's what proportional representation caters for. That regardless of the outcome, those 25% must find a voice in the regional assembly. And that's one of the things that proportional representation cures. To sum it up, I was listening to a poultry farmer some time ago, and he argued that, look, just by the manipulation of the light, he's able to get the in-house, is it to come together or to disperse, just by the manipulation of the light. So if he turns on the light very high, it creates, let's say, heat, and if the ecosystem is very cold, they would all gather around because they are already feeling cold, and therefore, and vice versa. That light, in my view, is our electoral system. If we're able to switch it in a way that enhances representation across board and ensures inclusion in its proper sense, women ought to have a voice in the decision-making process. And it should not be on the benevolence of a Mahama or a Kufuor. It should be because the Constitution says so, and they have a right to be there. Young people must have a seat behind the table of decision-making, not because a godfather or a godmother got them there, but because the Constitution requires that they are there. You can't have a situation where about 60% of your population, young people, and when it comes to the decision table, making table, they are absent. Same for women, same for persons living with disability. This is not the way to build a country. Thank you very much.
No, I think we would love for you to put, you've put a great deal of thought into this. In terms of the mechanics, proportional representation always, sounds nice and great when articulated this way. Try and, again, just work through it mechanically how it's going to work. I think the list system probably is less complicated than most. It's can be a very complicated system. But so in one of the difficulties the parties have had currently with things like affirmative action is exactly how to operationalize it in the kind of electoral system design we have. And this has been a problem of the Anglo-American electoral system, So it is not accidental that countries that do proportional representation tend to have better representation of women and other groups. But an alternative, Kenya does first past the post, but it has, quotas for women in the legislature. There's another way to do it, right? You can do first past the post and legislate certain numbers and reserve certain seats for particular groups that are underrepresented. If that is costly and the party list is the way to go, of course, the party list can also, then the party oligarchy become the bosses, right? They determine who gets put on the list and who gets chosen to do all those things. So, we still must address the issue of power within the parties, how power in the party is checked, is distributed, and care. But if you could actually help the committee with how this works out mechanically, right? Especially with the presidential system. Sorry, and I think it's not, I can see where a coalition, for example, you form a coalition in parliament, which is what happens now. So SDP and CDU and the Green Party and the Liberal Party in Germany, in order to keep AFD out, are engaged in post-election negotiations to form a government, right? They are forming it out of the legislative numbers they have. But they are going to allocate seats to everybody in the cabinet, right? So the elections were run for the legislature, but you are going to have a cabinet that also reflects the proportions. So you can do it, right? A president has a cabinet, after all. So even though it's a one-party president, when that president looks at the numbers in the legislature, he says, well, to get my legislative agenda through, I need to get, freedom, economic freedom league, economic fighters league in my cabinet because they have this number of votes in the legislature. I need to get this party in my cabinet. So you can still have the same coalition being replicated on the executive side in cabinet, notwithstanding the one-party president. So I think it's possible to do it, but work through the logic to the end and give us some ways of doing this mechanically. Because
we will do that.
It's not a very
Professor
simple thing
we
to
will do
operate.
that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Prof.
I wanted to ask a question. Okay, but let me just.
Hello, so my name is Agatha Roxon again, and I've got a few questions for both Dr. Jonas and then Economic Fighters League. Yeah. So my first question is on, in terms of, to Mr. Jonas, in terms of the commission that the IDEC is trying to propose. And I kind of want to tie in both Alaji and Dr. AC Answer's questions with regards to the NCCE and also the regulation and the administrative part of EC in terms of their function. I know you did mention that IDEC is not interested in the structure, but they're interested in the function of the how it will work out. But my question to you is, have you perhaps thought of ombudsman in that regard? Because ombudsman will investigate and deal with that. So trying to tie in both the EC's role for regulation and then NCCE's role in terms of education, and can we not probably move the EC's regulatory side if you want it to, if you want that commission to be a standalone commission, perhaps move the regulation side from the EC, include that in NCCE, and change the commission name into an ombudsman? Because, yes, we have this perception, we have so many commissions in Ghana, too many. And therefore, I don't know if and I think a few days ago, when the public services team came, they were trying to even distinguish between agency, commission, and all that, board, and all that. So perhaps if we use the word ombudsman, then there competition side of it, and that will make it, that chair will be so empowered because they know that they are not being appointed by the government of the day, and so will not always be to their bidding whenever it's, and then they can actually enforce any regulatory punitive punishment, whatever that has to be done in terms of political parties missing the point for any rules or laws that are being incorporated. So I think it's very important for us to perhaps see that and use that word ombudsman, because that gives them that investigative and regulatory as well as enforcement powers for them to be able to do that. So that is my first query on that, or recommendation. And for the economic fighters, I had a question in terms of, have you thought of the independent candidates? So I think you try to put both small parties and independent candidates together. It's not, like in the legal terms, they are different. So in terms of proportionate, like the representation, my question was, how would the independent candidates be represented in this approach? So in terms of percentages, and how, and I had another question in terms of the proportionate representation. Who is going to give the proportions for these parties? Is it going to be EC? Is it going to be the political parties themselves? Is it going to be the people who are going to be given the opportunity to? So you said if it's 90% is comes up in terms of the proportionate for NDC or NPP, then that 90% will be represented in there. I mean, who is gonna come up with these percentages? We need, and that's why I concur with Prof. The chair in terms of, it's good in theory because I mean the UK and I think South Africa took their system from the UK system. So again, that's why they just changed the name, because they were obviously colonized by the UK. So they have the common law system and therefore the parliamentary system. So as in terms of that, who is going to create those proportionate representation numbers? And yeah, so who allocates the proportions among the parties? And I think the rights to citizens, it was answered. So yeah, I think those are the areas that I had some questions on. Thank you.
There's a question that has been nagging at my mind. You touched on it, because in all this discussion, and particularly it's gingered up by the economic economic fighters league. Okay, it's not freedom. Okay. Anyway, so in all this, do we need a president? You touched on it, but Prof, you didn't ask it so bluntly. But all this discussion, we have taken it for granted that there will necessarily be such a positional function. But have we ever asked, must there? And if so, why? And if not, why not? I'm just throwing this into I don't have any views at the moment, but it was a question that I kept nagging my mind as the examination of possible configuration of the representation of the people was being looked at. in many ways, and this one I'm going to stick my neck out by saying so, in many ways, if you take the whole process of elections and so on and so forth, its objective is to assure an optimal representation of the interests and rights of the people. Over all these years, over the period of this constitution, to what extent has the configuration of governance that we have assured that outcome? Thank you.
Our ninth or 10th member is here. Our 9th member. I was wondering what happened today. Has anybody called him to check on him?
I was doing other matters. The economic freedom fighters. Fighters League. Yeah, Fighters League. With their beret. You know, the issue about whether or not we should have a multi-party system, we may look at Article 3.1, which says that Parliament shall have no power to enact a law establishing a one-party state. So from there you can say that the idea is that we don't want one party, it should be multi-party. Fine. But if you come to Article 21.3, it says that all citizens shall have the right and freedom to form or join political parties and to participate in political activities subject to such qualifications and laws as are necessary in a free and democratic society and are consistent with this constitution. So you have a right to form your party. As to whether you win political party power is another matter. In politics, we say that you don't waste your vote. You see, they will tell you, these people, if you go and follow them, you won't get anywhere. You are just going to waste your vote. So, with Alan Tremantin, it was warned that this movement won't work. We've seen a lot of these things. People try to do small parties. They don't work. Now you go, people will tell you they are not going to waste their vote. You may be a fine candidate, but they will not waste their vote voting for you. So the onus is on you to see what you can do to win the support of the electorate. But you cannot say that government should help you as a minority party to exist because we intend to do a multi-party democracy. It doesn't work that way. It's all about power, as we told. People are doing this thing to get power. They will tell you that they want power. That is why they exist to win elections and again to have power. So you want to find out what is it that is making those two parties so attractive. Otherwise, what prevents you from crossing carpet?
No, but I think that the answer also goes back. I mean, I think Madam Chief Justice's question and yours, you know, your answer assumes away the electoral system design, right? There's a reason why the Anglo-American system produces two parties. You know, just almost instinctive. I mean, the logic of it is to disadvantage small parties. There's also a reason why the continental European model tends to produce coalition governments and therefore multi-parties. So the election system design matters a lot. If you have a system where you have first past the post, whoever gets a plurality of the votes, whether it's 30% or whatever, wins the election. You are going to get the results that we're going to get. And I think that from our 1969 experience, as I understand it, the reason why after 66 we moved to the Westminster system was because we had an experience with a presidential system that produced a despotism we didn't like. And then in 69, we had a parliamentary system, but based on the Anglo-American model of first past the post. What happened in that parliament, first parliament, was that the winning party, the Progress Party, won, a huge majority, but notwithstanding that majority, because of some ethno-regional pattern to the voting, it didn't have any ever in on its side in Parliament, and therefore, since the entire Parliament executive is drawn from within members of Parliament, there was no ever on the executive side. Of course, Ghanaians don't count just electing somebody into Parliament as being enough. If you are not on the executive side, there's a sense of you've been excluded from power. So it did not help the Busia governments, the problems with ethnic exclusion and all of that. So when we got another opportunity, we said, well, let's go to presidential election, presidential system. Then the president can choose from outside Parliament. Even if they didn't vote for you, you can still find somebody in that party to choose. But I think the point of the economic freedom fighters is that if you coupled the parliamentary system, and this goes to Madam Chief Justice's question, if you couple the parliamentary system with proportional representation, you could do away with the president, right? You can still call him the president if that is our fixation is with the title. We can still do it the same way the people in Botswana do it. They call him the president. South Africa, president. It's parliamentary system, right? Then the coalition that you produce in Parliament can be replicated on the executive, so that you still have, and you call this person a president. I mean, you can do the ANC model, you can do Botswana, but I think that the Busia experience would not be repeated under that model. There is no way you are going to repeat the Busia experience under that model if you did it well, because you would have, under this formulation, you would have multiple parties. In the 1969 election, many parties contested, but only two really got into Parliament, NAL and Progress Party. All the others dropped off. But if you had proportional representation, you would have had more parties in Parliament, some of which would get into coalition with Busia's party, and could have brought people from different ethnic groups to create a cabinet that looked like Ghana, right? So I think the electoral system design cannot be brushed aside, because we have assumed that it has to be first past the post. If it's first past the post, we will have a duopoly almost as a natural consequence. That's what happens normally with first past. So, but if we move to the continental European model or South Africa, we would actually also get a different result. I mean, it shapes outcomes. The political science literature is clear. I mean, this is how these things work. So I think, which is why I was a bit surprised that, Ernesto was not coupling his advocacy for proportional representation with doing away with the presidential system, because that can be done too. We don't have to have a presidential system. We've assumed we must have it. We don't have to. We can call the prime minister a president if that's what we are obsessed with, and still have a different system.
So that is the sense in which he's talking about the multi-party democracy.
Yes,
to get
the proportional representation does produce multi-party democracy. It usually produces multiple parties as opposed to two parties. The first past the post usually produces two parties.
It makes sense.
Two parties that can win. Yes. Yes, two effective parties. Yes. It's nominal parties of power, but only two.
But you think somebody would want to give them positions? The minor parties when they get.
Yes, I mean, look, the Green Party in the last cabinet in Germany, the Green Party, how much did they get in the polls? Probably 15% or less. But they had a significant position in the government. They had foreign affairs ministry, they had industry or something. They had some significant offices, right? You would.
we keep, but the best example of a proportional representation political system that has guaranteed stability, national unity is that of Israel. There are parties with only 3 members in the Knesset, but they have key ministerial positions. 120-member Knesset, parties with 3. They have.
Us also produce extremist parties, we have to admit that.
Well, because it allows them to exist. It allows them to exist. But what I mean is, it's a good model in the sense, if it is inclusiveness you are looking for, you get it. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Chairman. I think that we have resurrected the proportional representation argument. But I think that the system as we have now, my thinking is that there's multi-party democracy, there's inclusion. The groups that are not included are women and youth and other vulnerable groups. So we have to be looking at bringing them on board. But how exactly to design that system is what is a problem here. But every party has the right, like former AG said, to participate. And the electoral rules are not particularly designed to exclude any political party. Or it also, the system we have now also challenges the institutions that call themselves political parties to organize and to, because we are looking for the best to rule our country, you need someone that has great ideas that can capture the imaginations and the attention of the nation. I think that's what this is about. We want someone like Kwame Nkrumah, okay, who comes onto the scene and then captures the imagination of the whole country. It says, look, this is what I am presenting, this is the alternative, and then he has people following him. We want to produce leaders. And if you want to be a leader, you have to present something superior, a superior ideas of governance. And we can't babysit political parties. You know, that's what we're attempting to do. I don't think that we should be doing that. We don't let us not babysit. What we can do is to ask ourselves, are the rules clear? Are they inclusive? Are the rules transparent? Are they, these are it's better to work with these principles than to say that just because we're a political party, then we must find a way to ensure your sustainability. Your sustainability must depend on you yourself, or how industrious you are, how you can, it will challenge you to be organizationally astute.
Is that what has ensured the survival of our two
Because
parties?
the other thing is that the unintended consequence of babysitting minority parties is to invite the formation of smaller political parties. Have we thought about that? That there is now incentive to begin to form these political parties because they know that somewhere there's a provision in the constitutional electoral laws that allows for some resources to flow from the central government to their coffers. That alone is enough incentive for any group of people to say we want to form a political party. How do we resolve that problem?
No, I think you make a valid point. I mean, it's a valid rebuttal. I mean, we cannot also deny that we have been lucky, right? So the kind of inclusiveness you think our parties have produced, our two parties have produced, is also partly a result of the political demography, if you would, of the two parties. And the two parties between them have managed to cobble together coalitions, ethno-regional coalitions, that give each of them roughly, let's say, 40-something% of the population, right? So because we don't have one dominant ethnic group, that has been partly our blessing, right? So yes, the two parties have managed to look at each other and say, okay, this party mostly appeals to this group, that group, that group. They have about 40-something% of the population. Let us also structure ourselves such that we cobble together this coalition that balances and checkmates them, and therefore we all start up. We start with 45-45, and then we battle it out for the 10% in the middle or the 15% in the middle. So we've been a bit lucky in that sense, which is, of course, a blessing for our politics. But if we were not that, and if we were back to the Buzia, Progress Party model, you could actually end up with a lot of exclusion, right? If, and I think maybe if the NDC, to be very frank, if the NDC had not been strategically smart when they were coming into 1992 to say that, to look at the NPP and say, okay, these guys have this group, that group, that group, that group. We are going to do this patchwork of assortment of groups and put them together and checkmate them. It would have been difficult, right? If the other party actually got smarter and said, our coalition needs 2 more members, and let's go and piece together that coalition so we get ourselves over this 45%. What we really need is to have a majority coalition that is permanently there, 50. They would actually keep out a substantial portion of the population, right? So it depends on this kind of ethno-regional arithmetic that, both parties have been very clever at playing, and that, to the extent that one party is able to checkmate that other party from getting a permanent majority, fine. We are all fine. Everybody gets the party power will rotate and all of that. But if one day actually one party manages to break that barrier and captures an ethno-regional coalition that looks like a permanent majority, they could keep out, so we're fortunate, in that regard. But I think what proportional representation does, that regardless of that kind of arithmetic, you are going to have certain numbers of parties that have some representation in parliament. Even regional parties could get into parliament, right, in that kind of scenario. And then the real business of forming government begins after the election in parliament. Once you get into parliament, that's where you begin to haggle. So, okay, what coalition can I work with best to do what? None of that. And I think the evidence is clear that it does foster a certain consensus building, more coalition politics, less polarization in the middle. We all tend to gravitate towards the middle. So it's an interesting conversation to have. I've been mostly by default a first past the post person, like you. So I've not been very hugely sold on proportional representation, actually. But actually listening to the issues brought out this way, I think if we put our minds to it, it could be a better system. I don't know. Yeah, good.
You're a man. Speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one quick question for reflection as far as the proportional representation model, and especially where coalition government becomes more often the norm. But we also know that elsewhere, coalition governments fall more often, and the need for calling early election. Now, looking at our environment, our resources, and the challenges we have with elections, if we have to go for early elections as often as happens elsewhere, how are we contemplating managing that kind of environment, looking at our electoral environment? Thank you.
Let me just, Ernesto, there's some idea that, and I was thinking you should be advancing this. I don't know how you can convince the committee that even though we have 2 dominant parties, they actually represent one and the same thing. And that we don't, in terms of multi-party, we don't have, because these 2 parties have morphed in terms of character and everything. they are like an entity. Do you agree? And that is why we should invite more participants and more plurality
I agree.
in the system. But you have to convince,
even
go
the
on.
idea of this entire committee itself being set up after 30 years of practice points to where we are. We all know that no, there is a problem that needs fixing.
Yeah, so bring the problem out more clearly. That in nature, character, behavior, after every 8 years, they don't actually present us with different set of ideas in terms of what we call good governance, and that we need something more.
And
but
I defer to your submissions on that wholeheartedly.
No, so
we won't.
Thank you.
But then let me, if I have the opportunity to answer my honorable lady's question. Your name, please. Okay. So, Agatha, nice. So you asked the question of how will the independent candidates be catered for under proportional representation system? What happens is that the independent candidate can come under an organization like Cheddar. He decided to name his group the New Force. It was not a political party. Why was it not a political party? It was not a political party because of some of these issues that we have raised. It's difficult to constitute a political party, have representation, across the country and then all of that. But then, and so we've already said that article should be scrapped so that it becomes more easier for people to constitute political parties. My senior, he also talked about the fact that it may lead to the proliferation of smaller political parties and all of that. How many parties do we have with the Electoral Commission currently under the system? How many? Registered political parties with the Electoral Commission. 14. But that's still huge. In fact, I'm surprised with this number because I heard there were more. Okay, so let's count 4. So 31, and then some have been scrapped. It didn't prevent the proliferation of political parties. And I think in your earlier submission, you alluded to the fact that some of these smaller political parties are actually adjuncts of the duopoly. They are in there to do the bidding of either the MPP or the NDC. And we know, even by sometimes their submissions at presidential debates, and even when they come to the constituencies and the kinds of things, views or issues that they articulate, we know that, okay, even though this party says it is X, Y, Z, it is actually advocating for this part of the duopoly. So we know that. How proportional representation caters for that is you can have a threshold. We talked about 1%. If we think 1% is too small, we can raise it to 3% so that it cuts out political parties that are not really into the business of advancing their ideas to win the hearts and minds of the people. I think we can look at it in that way. If you look at the South African situation, we heard of so many political parties. There was COPE, there was all of them. In fact, the EFF in South Africa was 3rd placed. But in the last election, they lost their place to MK, which was a brand new party, won based on what? An idea. And so these, for me, are verifiable proofs that proportional representation is viable. It's being practiced in countries, and we can cite those examples and then tailor them according to our conditions and circumstances. My lady also asked the question about how will we accord the percentages. It's not for us to do that. It would be for the Electoral Commission the EC to accord these percentages based on the rules outlined to, as it were, guide the elections, basically. Thank you very much. Yes.
I think Agatha has a question about the ombudsman being assigned the function of regulating the political parties. Well, it may interest Agatha to know that the ombudsman on the previous constitutions is now called SHRAJ, the Commission for Human Rights and Administrative Justice. We moved away from the one-person ombudsman to a commission now. Okay. Now, if you look at the load of functions that SHRAJ has to perform, I think you'll be the very last person to add the regulation of political parties to their function. So I still stand by the answer I gave to the chairman, that so long as the function gets performed, the structure that does it is really important. But we should, in the process of looking for the appropriate structure, also make sure that we don't load a particular structure with too many functions. The result will be the same.
I'll just quickly chip in something. So that was why I knew about SHRAJ, but I know SHRAJ has got its own functions and roles and problems as well. And that's why I was looking at the NCCE, we empowering the NCCE in terms of their function, turning them into an ombudsman and giving them enough financial support. The budget as well, for them to be able to do that. Because then it ties in with the education side of it, as well as the regulatory side. And I think there was one thing that I missed out. So under Article 55:15, you did say something about foreign donors as well. That will contradict Article 55:15. So in as much as we are coming up with amendments of the article of the Constitution, we need to look at certain sub sections or that would conflict with any proposals or amendments that we make. So we need to factor in Article 55:15 because that might need to go then if we are trying to say we'll allow international donors to sort of support party finance under the new proposal that we're making.
Okay, just before you come in, there's a quick one. This issue about the foreign financing, I think we had it in the past, or even, yes, there was some funding that was channeled through IEA to support political parties, wasn't it? And the funding came from, I think it was the Norwegians or Netherlands, yes. And it went directly to the parties to support them. So it wasn't that foreign funding of...
I'll tell you, I was the first administrator of that fund.
Okay. And I know it because I know the confusion it caused in some of the so-called small parties.
Small part, yes.
People were struggling because they were waiting for the IEA money.
Yes, because we laid out criteria for qualification, and the criteria was simply to the effect that for a party to qualify for the funds under this program, that party either had to have at least one member of parliament or obtain 1% of the last presidential elections, the total votes cast in the last presidential election. Then, after 2012 or so, there was a problem. Some of the small parties were not getting the 1%. And so somebody, I cannot mention the name now, said, okay, I'm going to take you to court because this amounts to foreign funding of political parties to Ghana. And he did in fact go to court to file. I don't know what happened to the case because I left.
The people not in the red beret, but in the smoke hats and the local.
So, Madam Agatha, I think if we go with IDEC ideology, you don't necessarily even need to change the constitutional clause, because it is a body that is accepting the funding. The funding is not going to a political party, because the constitutional provision looks at a political party. But if the body accepts the money, so for instance, EC was taking, could even take, if the EC is the body, for instance, can take the bilateral, whatever, the fund, and then support political parties with it. So now it is the body, that is the state body, utilizing the fund, but not directly being. No. So for instance, now it's like how we are Ghana is funded. I mean, our revenue sources that comes in. So it is towards democracy, because what they said was that it's going to be a body that advances democracy. So there is funding towards supporting multi-party democracy. But then per that state agency, what they intend to do is to make sure that they build the capacity of political parties. So it's the same, because as we speak, IDEC, for instance, organizes programs for political parties. And some of the donation, the funding they have is from foreign donors. But you can't say that because they are supporting political parties and they are donor funded, it means that the donor is supporting political parties.
Yes, but let me read it. It says 55:15 says, only a citizen of Ghana may make a contribution or donation to a political party registered in Ghana.
Yeah.
So I still think the framers of this constitution, the purposive approach was what they did. So you cannot use the literal meaning for this, because the purpose was monies should not be given to political parties if you are not a Ghanaian citizen. So we will go back to then the whole issue of people like other organizations giving a back door, or so this one can be front door, but we are channeling it through somewhere to give it to them. And it's still to the political. And that's why the issue came up. A party said, then we are going to sue, because this is foreign what? Funding. So the issue is 55:15 would have to be amended so that it doesn't, because as it stands now, the end result of international organizations giving us money or giving political parties money through a third party, it's still the same. It's still towards, even if it's yes, Ghana is a democratic country. So if it's for democracy, it's still two political parties. And therefore, how are you even going to kind of justify that? Unless they are going to use it for skills training. So another way they can do it, those companies.
So you see, there is a thin line, and that's what I'm saying.
But then the physical money is not going directly.
It's very easy to deal with that problem. Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's a huge problem to deal with, because, of course, monies get commingled. We get foreign money. I mean,
yeah, and
we get foreign money all the time.
Dr. Rayner earlier raised issues of political parties and proliferation, and issues with, and I saw how immediately we started talking about other parties growing. The duopoly here were quick to unite, to be united in dealing with that. You know,
the class.
Dog, lead me not into temptation. But you see, the issue is that if you look at how other political parties that were in parliament, what happened to them? It will tell you the story of what we are dealing with. See, former chairman of the NPP, Mr. Freddie Blay, went into parliament on a CPP ticket. Rose, based on our parliamentary system, rose to become...
I think after this, we have to listen to the CPP.
Okay. rose to become
They are the original,
deputy.
the Aborigine parties that have gone into oblivion. But
you know, rose to become a deputy speaker of parliament. By the time we realize he is now MPP, okay? He was swallowed. you understand? We saw. I mean, there are several instances of people who used to be very active in either PNC or CPP, but ended up because, as we speak, your example you gave, if Kwame Nkrumah was to resurrect today, and he comes and talk about all his ideas, everybody would tell him you have to join MPP or NDC to win elections. Because of the system we have today. So the truth is that you might be the finest politician, you can have all the ideas, but the system that we currently have has no room beyond the duopoly. And that is why some of us still keep making so-called noise that we need to change the system we have. It's not a level playing field. You cannot tell me that having offices in all 2/3 of the districts that we have in Ghana is a level playing field for a party that has already won power. Even the opposition party, after 8 years, they become weakened and they start crying. And we saw it with even sometimes the NDC was crying for resources when they were in opposition. MPP will start crying soon. You understand? So when it comes to parties that have not won power for some time now, they keep on being weakened because even the bright ones in them, the ones who can easily win power, are being swallowed because people would come for them and tell them that must join us. Some of us filed candidates that by the time we realize they've been giving money to step down. And they know that they will lose the election. So if I'm being given some money, why wouldn't I step down? Some are taken outside of the country to go and do further studies, and they jump on it. By the time they come, the elections have been won. So there are deliberate things to weaken other political parties to get to that level. So Doc, so the point we are making is that is why we are making a case that the law as it is now makes it difficult for proper multi-party democracy. Duopoly is different from multi-party democracy.
I just want to add.
Okay, sure.
Yeah,
I think before lunch, we'll give the floor to CPP. We'll break for lunch, and then when we come back, the issue was mentioned in passing, abuse of incumbency. We cannot talk about political party reforming and all of that without talking about that, because that unbalances the playing field, but nothing really concretely has been said about that. So after lunch, that's what we'll put on our plate.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll have your comment.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Kwashi Fleshalati, United One Ghana. I believe the problem that we're having right now is just one thing that we have to identify: the runoff clause. It doesn't allow the multi-system. So we have to look at the coalition government. That's what we have to look at. That is what we have to look at. The runoff is actually, yeah. So for example, with 2000 elections, before we went for runoff, we should have gone for this coalition government so that it allows all the political parties to have a play in governance. That is all. The runoff clause must be taken out. Thank you.
Nigeria has, Nigeria has a way of creating some kind of balance in the presidential election, right? Beyond the political management of North and South in the choice of vice president and all of that, the constitution in Nigeria requires the winning president to have a certain proportion of the regions, right? Votes in a certain proportion of the region, so that you cannot concentrate, you cannot just appeal to just one section of the population, cobble together 1, 2, 3 regions and win. You must win a certain proportion. So they've built proportional representation of sorts into their presidential election, so that you must be at least nationally representative in the way you cobble together your coalition, your winning coalition. So that's also an interesting model. But I think, you know, the runoff, if you didn't have a runoff, what would you do? I mean, so you win, you do a first round, and the person leading has 35%. The next person has 20, even 48, right? You would not do a runoff. How would you? How can you do it that way? So then your party leader will go and see the 48% leader, and then you do a deal on the side.
Maybe the other, the second, the one who came second, had maybe 40%. Now, the other political parties may have 2%, 3%, 4%. So it is up to the one leading, the 48% leading, to form a government. If he cannot form a government, then there's a problem there. So which means you have 2% adding up to the 48%.
You cannot go and donate. Some people voted for the 2%. You cannot just go and donate it to the.
No, it's true consensus. That is the coalition government is true consensus.
Yes, but what you are saying is that we do a first round of elections.
Yes, and that
it's
is all.
48, 40, 10, 12, 2%. Yeah. And then you and the 2% go and do a conspiracy for them to give you their 2%, so you get 50 plus 1.
That's what happens. I mean, the coalition government, that's what we do.
Yeah, but that we don't do it at that presidential level, right? So we do it in the parliamentary system. We go back into parliament and negotiate the numbers to get 50% in parliament, or 50 plus 1 in parliament. And then we share proportionately or in some form the cabinet offices, so that we take care of all the people in the coalition. But you were saying that even with the presidential election as we run it now, we should go and do, so it would mean that in 2000, to avoid a referendum, a runoff, then Kufuor would go and see Edward Mahama and then say, you got 2%, you got 1%. If you add it to mine, we have 50-something%.
Exactly. Exactly, because this will exactly, this wouldn't be dangerous. That wouldn't be dangerous. I mean, currently, when you look at it, even the South African system, where they actually go for, I mean, the plain elections, they don't actually vote for parliamentary. No, I mean, it's a how do you call it? You go out for elections. So based on the percentage-wise, they apportion the parliamentary. So they don't actually vote for parliamentary. They don't actually vote for parliamentary.
They vote for parliamentary, but they vote for the party list, and then the party allocates.
Yes, they vote for the party, and then the party will allocate, those who are to represent them in parliament. So when you get 60%, you have 60% to represent you in parliament. So they have to decide who goes into parliament. But then, what I'm trying to bring out is that the runoff that we have, it isn't good for us to have this multi-party engagement, governance. It isn't at all.
I think you and Ernesto should go and compare notes and come back on that particular one. Let's give the last word to CPP before lunch so that we can break off. No. We would not. Everybody's trying to cheat CPP. CPP is our original Aborigine. We have to give them the due respect. The fact that they are down and out today doesn't mean we shouldn't give them the
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman. I am a little concerned about Act 574, the Political Parties Law 2000. When you read the Act very well, you realize that we are always talking about a duopoly, but they are a group that is always causing the mess in respect of the Act 574. I will say it and you make a verification from the Electoral Commission. Being the administrator of the party, I do very well that at least we abide by this 574. We are yet to submit our returns to the Electoral Commission. In respect of the statement on income and expenditure, statement of on assets and liabilities. You see, they are very important sections if we talk about sustenance of political parties. Because a situation where we know we don't have the money, whatever we have, we do returns so as to ensure that the books are clean. But a situation where people or parties, other parties get money, but they don't do the returns, you are not being fair. Because I believe that if we are to strengthen the political parties, these are some of the bases. So I am of the view that if we want political parties to be properly regulated, this aspect of the Act we must consider. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our timekeeper says the time is up already, so we will, it's just a little over after 2 p.m. We'll take a lunch break for an hour, and then when we come, that will give us at least 1 full hour to look at the issues around abuse of incumbency, party capture of the state, and some of those other questions that were raised at the beginning. Thank you for a very robust conversation this morning.
Recording in progress.
the One Ghana movement. They made United One Ghana. So they'll be going to IPAC on the back of which. Oh, yeah? On the back of which of the two main parties? Eh. Okay, we'll allow the one United One Movement, United One Ghana, UOG, U one, United One G. Okay, that's not bad. United One Ghana will take the floor because of the late notice on this one. We'll probably, if you can do it in 15 minutes, it would be good so we can have more time for Q&A and other contributions on the other issues relating to parties that we didn't get to tackle before the lunch break. So you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, my name is Simon Aboninga from United One Ghana. Indeed, we are grateful for the opportunity to also make our contributions towards the development of our dear country. There are certain clauses, or let me say articles in the 1992 constitutions that United One Ghana found it to be challenging for, in terms of going forward as building up our democracy. So looking at the indemnity clause in the 1992 constitution, which is Article 37, Clause 2. For the purposes of those who may not have the chance to read it, I would like to do that, and then I give our submissions on what we propose on. So, Article 37, Clause 2 says, and I quote in the Constitution, no member of the armed forces Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So it says no member of the armed forces of Ghana shall be subject to any civil process or be liable to pay any damages or compensation in respect of any act done or omitted to be done in the performance of his military duties. This clause has been criticized for providing immunity to members of the armed forces for human rights abuse committed during the era of military rule. And so a more befitting amendment could be, that is under the Article 37, Clause 2, members of the armed forces of Ghana shall be accountable for any human rights violation.
Where is this? Where is that? It's not it's not there.
Okay.
No, it doesn't read that.
No, what I am presenting is not
in the Constitution. No, but the article he's referencing is not.
I'm referencing the 1992 Constitution.
Yeah.
That's 37.
No, 37 is not. No, 37 doesn't have section 2.
I said clause 2. Yes.
Oh, you mean 34 2, not
yes.
37?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So
yeah. Okay. So you.
Sorry for the.
All right.
Yeah. So going forward, what we propose is members of the Ghana Armed Forces shall be accountable for any human right violation or abuse committed in the course of duty, in the course of their duty.
But this is the transitional provisions, right? So this is in connection with
indemnity
yeah,
clause.
but it's not. It doesn't apply. It doesn't indemnify current acts committed by armed forces people or anybody. It's just in relation to the past regimes.
Yes.
And the coups and all of that.
Yes.
But how is it hampering the current enforcement of liability or any of those against current acts committed by military people?
If you look at the current structure of the army, we hear news that military, they can go to anywhere and brutalize, do whatever, because they are whatever, something happened, and then they go there, beat up citizens.
Yeah, but
that
34.2 doesn't cover that, or does it? Right, 34.2 doesn't cover that. It covers military regimes and what they did before the transition to democracy. And we're saying that all of those things that were in the past, you cannot go and open that page and hold them accountable.
Okay, so let me
maybe that was the kind of bribe we had to pay for the price of transition.
Okay, well noted. So I think I will have to go into the other matters that.
Right, and some of those issues were dealt with under the national reconciliation process.
Yes.
You know, and maybe some of the issues from there is whether or not we have implemented all the recommendations from the national reconciliation process. Yes. You know, that is a current issue. But as to going back to revisit actions that happened between from the 1966 coup, 72 coup, 81 coup, all of those things are not, you know, something you can go and reopen.
Okay.
But it doesn't immunize current coups.
Okay.
I mean, current actions of military.
And I think by way of education as well, as a constitutional law lecturer, I think I need to also lay you. It's good that you've brought this up because not everybody in Ghana is aware of this. So it's good that you know that we're giving this as part of education as well. So these transitional provisions, they are meant to be spent in the end. So once all the military guys are all dead, this transitional provision will be regarded as spent.
Essentially dead.
Yes, it will all go.
There's nobody currently.
So again,
who's
nobody
covered.
from the current military regime or system will be able to use it. So we are just waiting for all those that were pardoned through this to for nature to take its course, and then we can eliminate or get rid of them over there.
Yeah, that's a natural death.
Oh, no, not at all. Okay, so
I remember under 299, it is an entrenched clause.
Anyway, please go
and do
ahead.
referendum. Okay, so I haven't spoken about that. I would like to talk about the Article 71 of the 1992 Constitution. Yeah. That talks about the. I just want to go straight forward because of time. The proposed amendment to Article 71 shall be repealed in its entirety. The determination of emolument for the president, vice president, ministers, members of parliament, and judges shall be governed by an act of parliament. But I don't know if we have something that normally it is being set up by president to do the emolument kind of stuff. But what we are proposing is it should be set up by a committee of either parliament or bipartisan committee to look into the emoluments of all those public office holders.
How does that solve the problem that people have with Article 71? So Article 71 about the emoluments of all these, you know, constitutional office holders and the political class and all of that.
I'm coming to that, Chairman.
Yeah, but I'm just asking your proposal, right? You want it to be done by an act of parliament.
Yes.
And I'm saying that how does the current scheme under which it is done by a committee, right? The recommendations of a committee set up by the president and all of that. And your solution is, let's do it by an act of parliament. If the same people gather together, because an act of parliament is between MPs and the president.
There's a rationale behind. When I finish with that, maybe you may get a little bit understanding. So the rationale behind that is that, one, separation of powers. By removing Article 71, the Constitution would no longer dictate the emolument of public officials, allowing legislature to exercise its authority in this area. Number two, flexibility. An act of parliament would provide more flexibility in determining emolument, enabling adjustment to be made in response to changing economic conditions. Point three, accountability. The repeal of Article 71 would promote accountability, as the legislature would be responsible for determining emolument, and their decisions could be subject to scrutiny and debate. Alternatively, replace with a general provision instead of repealing Article 71 entirely. It could be replaced with a general provision that empowers the legislature to determine emolument for public officials. Number two, establish an independent commission. An independent commission could be established to determine emolument, ensuring that the processes is transparent, fair, and free from political influence. And that is, we can say that, okay, we handpick CSOs, those matters, those who are independent bodies. You handpick them, and then they do take decisions on the emolument of all those public officials. Okay, so these alternatives are different approaches to addressing the issues of emolument for public office in Ghana. To achieve this, the relevant article in the 1992 Constitution that needs to be amended is another Article 202 that talks about the appointment of the IGP. So I've dealt with the 71, the Article 71. I'm now delving into the Article 202. That is the appointment of okay. So for the purpose of time, I don't want to read what the Article 202 has about. So our proposed amendment is, number one, the Inspector General of Police shall be appointed by the President, by the Police Council, in consultation with the Ghana Police Service. The Police Council shall, in appointing Inspector General of Police, consider professional competence, integrity, and experience of candidates. Point three, the appointment of the Inspector General of Police.
Council acting
in consultation with the Police Council.
The Police Council is making the appointment, acting in consultation with the Police Council.
No, like I'm saying that in consultation with the police service. The council represents the police service, but the appointment that we are talking about should not be by the president. We should have an independent body that can do that based on the police council. We can have Rationale 2, that is, that's how I did it. So rationale 2, the merit-based appointment. The amendment emphasizes the importance of professional competence, integrity, and experience in the selection process, ensuring that the most qualified candidate is appointed. Point 3, approval by senior officers. The requirement for approval by a 2/3 majority of senior officers provides an additional layer of accountability and to ensure that the appointed Inspector General has the support of the police service. There are additional considerations to that. The police council composition. The composition of the police council should be reviewed to ensure it includes representatives from the Ghana Police Service as well as other relevant stakeholders. That is the CSOs and the other ones. Appointment criteria. We must have a clear criteria for appointment of the Inspector General of Police. It should be established, including requirements for education, training, and experience. Number point 3, tenure and removal. The tenure and removal process for the Inspector General should be clearly defined to ensure stability and accountability. Suggested amendment of some of the articles in the Constitution of Ghana with regards to Article 202 is what I have just presented. Okay. Yes, and so let's move to the Article 26. I will do it briefly.
26?
Yes, Article 26 of the 1992 Constitution.
Okay.
Which talks about the nomination of Supreme Court judges. Yes. The President shall, in consultation with the Chief Justice and the Chairman of the Judicial Council.
26?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
126.
Okay.
Yeah. The President shall, in consultation with the Chief Justice and the Chairman of the Judicial Council, nominate persons for appointment as justices of the Supreme Court. The nominations shall be based on qualification, experience, integrity of the candidates. Point 3, the President shall submit the nomination to Parliament for approval. So, repeal of subsection 3 of what I read. Repeal of subsection 3 of what I read, which requires that President consult with the Council of State before they can actually approve any of the judges to the superior courts. What we suggest is that it should be, that clause should be taken out entirely. It should not be there. It should be taken out entirely. It should be repealed. Yes. And then the Article 89, that's about the Council of State. We don't want to talk much about that. We just want it to be repealed. It should not be part of it at all because it's rather burdens the government in terms of finances. They are there. Some of the issues that they take, the decisions that they take, it actually doesn't even help the president. There are matters that the president himself can say, okay, I'm the head of the country, so let me take my decision. Though normally we have in family, let me bring it down to family matters. We have family head. When there's an issue in the family head alone can decide to take a decision based on his or her experience. But with this, it drains the pockets of the Ghanaian public. So we suggest that we should just take it off, repeal it with its entirety, so that we wouldn't have Council of State as we have now. And then we are spending so much money in doing campaign just to be at the Council of State.
Is there more, or do you have more proposals?
Yes, I am. Where I put it is having. So whilst I was talking about the repeal of subsection 2, that's about the Article 144. Article 144, which requires the president to consult with the states. Yeah, the Council of State. And I said, it shall cease to exist. The transitional provision that I propose is that the Council of State shall cease to exist on the date of commencement of this amendment. Okay. All functions, powers, and duties of the Council of State shall be transferred to the relevant institutions or authorities. I'm coming. All members of Council of State shall cease to hold office on the date of commencement of this amendment. Any ongoing business proceedings of Council of State shall be transferred to relevant institutions or authorities. That's why we have the SRAJ, we have the special prosecutor, we have the NCC. All of them, they can take up certain positions in this, rather than having to pay more people to be Council of State members. And
my colleague here has reminded me that it sounds like the military regime announcements on radio. All these people shall cease to exist. That's how it used to be. It used to be done in those days. I don't know whether you were still around.
That shows how serious this matter is. In all that I have presented, we are proposing that we should have a composition of independent body. The independent body could be composed of representatives from various sectors, such as civil society, academia, and the private sector. This would ensure diverse perspective and expertise in appointment process. Number 2, transparent appointment process. The independent body should have a transparent, merit-based appointment process. This could involve advertising vacancies, accepting nominations, and conducting public interviews. Point 3. Yeah, the independent bodies. That comprises of the CSOs, the at the NCC, the Judicial Service, the Police Service, all of that. Yes. Yes. The SRAJ, all those. Yeah. And then the Electoral Commission as well. Yes. And so I've talked about the benefit of what the independent body can do. So the composition, the body, and so now we are to look at the security of tenure, or the tenure of all those people that we will be nominated by the independent body. Members of the independent body should have a security of tenure to ensure their independence and impartiality. This could This could be achieved by providing fixed terms and protecting them from arbitrary, fixed.
Fixed. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
fixed
Fixed
term. Fixed terms and protecting them from arbitrary removal. Bullet 4 is accountability. The independent body should be accountable to Parliament or another oversight body. This could involve regular reporting, audits, and investigations into allegations of misconduct. Point 5.
Okay, try and conclude in 2 minutes because we've already
Yeah,
spent
I'm almost
30
done.
minutes.
I'm almost done. The ministerial eligibility criteria. The independent body should establish clear eligibility criteria for ministerial appointment. This could include requirement for education, experience, and integrity. By introducing these amendments, Ghana can establish an independent body that appoints ministers based on merit, transparency, and accountability. Mr. Chairman, I'll end here. Thank you for your time. And I hope, if not all that I have presented will be inculcated in the review, I hope some of them will be part of it. And I'll be glad as we will be glad as a united One Ghana party. United One Ghana, Ghana first. That's our. I'm done.
Good. Thank you very much. So this is more like the party's manifesto for constitutional reform. Some of the issues, all of the issues that you've proposed fall under particular clusters. The way we are working on the committee is that we have, reconfigured the constitutional clauses, chapters into certain thematic clusters, like lands and natural resources, or independent constitutional bodies, political parties, and we discuss them each day on that basis. So yours, the manifesto you presented, the issues are picked up in different clusters. So, for example, yesterday, if you had come to Alisa, we were discussing independent constitutional bodies. So a lot of the proposals that you made here, in fact, we spent a lot of time on Council of State. And the views that were canvassed included they shall cease to exist. So they shall cease to exist was a very big issue there yesterday. If you had been there, but we will take, so we've covered some of these already. We will cover some in other thematic areas. So, for example, the Article 71 issue comes up next week when we will be looking at the executive and the legislature, because that's a big part of this conversation. And then we'll be looking at the judiciary separately next week. So Article 144 on the appointment process to the Superior Court is also covered there. The IGP, we had yesterday, part of the conversation yesterday was independent constitutional bodies plus executive advisory councils, which includes the police council and all of that. And if you were at that meeting, the IGP stuff would have been picked there. But there was nobody actually yesterday who made any presentation on that, So if people want to comment on that one, but you can come back and participate in the conversation relating to these proposals, right? So you can come back to participate on that. I think almost everything you said here belongs in a particular box within the clusters that we have, except for the transitional provision stuff, which I think we have discussed and somewhat been able to dispose of here. So unless somebody has a quick reaction to it, I think we can go back to the cluster for today, which is political parties, right? And how we regulate political parties within the Constitution, what we do about them so that we can get the maximum positive benefit from them and minimize or mitigate the downsides that, or the negative sides that people do not want to see. And that has been the conversation this morning. Abuse of incumbency is part of the problem. If we want to include more parties, if we want to make multi-party democracy more credible and inclusive, we have to deal with the issue of what parties, when they get into power, do with the power that excludes other parties. So your party's slogan is Ghana First. What we are witnessing is a party first ideology with our two main parties. People don't want that. How do we mitigate this party first ideology where one party wins power and captures the entire state, excludes everybody, every other viewpoint, including in competition for everything, contracts, jobs, benefits, scholarships, everything. So that's one of the issues on the table. So let's look at this abuse of incumbency issue as part of the party conversation and how we might mitigate that particular problem. Is there something that IDEC has given thoughts to specifically? Because you did mention it, but only in passing in your presentation. And I don't know if Ernesto is still here, and if the Economic Fighters League has also given some thought to this issue, or if you think that proportional representation is the silver bullet that takes care of all of these other issues, regardless of the electoral system design. I think some of these issues are still going to be there. Incumbency abuse doesn't go away because you move from first past the post to proportional representation. If you go and ask the guys in South Africa, they'll tell you the ANC, is running the show. I mean, the state capture happened under proportional representation, under Zuma, in South Africa, right? So these things are not, there are certain things that are specific to electoral system design, but state capture can happen in any electoral system, whether proportional or first past the post. So proportional representation is not a silver bullet. All these issues still do happen. So we should have some time to discuss this issue of abuse of incumbency and how we mitigate that in our politics, especially the issue of state capture by a party in power. Let's start from the IDEC, and then we'll go.
Abuse of incumbency in this country is a very big subject, and also something that is very difficult to define precisely, but all of us understand it to be using state resources to put a particular political party or candidate at an electoral advantage over others, or putting other parties and candidates at a disadvantage. And it manifests itself in so many forms, different forms of it. The one that is very easy to track is unfair access to state media, precisely because this is also constitutionally provided for. Every election year, in spite of all the provisions that say that should give all parties, all candidates equal access, it is very, very clear that the monopolies claim a disproportionate percentage of media coverage. I mean, to the point that even when the president's granddaughter is celebrating the birthday, it is covered. Meanwhile, the other parties, they can go and speak, real policy issues elsewhere, nobody hears about them. So that one is very easy to track, and so it is one of the areas where we can focus and try to inject some kind of equity, especially in election years, because that one is very, very easy to. With regards to the use of state resources for campaign purposes and so on and so forth, this is very, very difficult. it's getting to elections. In the election year, the president is going to open a new factory or a new hospital health facility and so on and so forth. And that turns out to be only a small part. Most of it is campaign. It's campaign. And or providing facilities to particular communities. At the end of the day, you see that it's just straightforward vote buying because it is getting to election. So we should find a way. Some people say, don't do any project 6 months to elections. I don't believe in that. We have given you a budget for a year.
I think an African country has tried to do it that way. Don't commission.
You can do,
X number of,
but don't commission. That one is a bit easier to implement. So if you go along that route and then you combine it with the abuse on equal access to media coverage and so on and so forth, you can make some headway. In other areas, it is very, very difficult.
One of the issues we discussed with the on the Public Service Commission, when we were talking with the Public Service Commission and the head of civil service, was depoliticizing the public services. And in terms of abuse of incumbency, the use of human resources of the public services to campaign for incumbent parties. We currently have the practice where strictly civil servants don't do that. They are not supposed to do that. But other categories of public services, you see people, Petroleum Commission, whatever, they are wearing party stuff and campaigning. They were appointed by a particular government. And in fact, there is pressure from the partisans that we appointed you. We haven't seen, umbrella or elephant on your DP on Facebook. Who do you think gave you the job? And you see some of that pressure on appointees who are in the public services being put under pressure to campaign. In some places, you cannot, it's banned. There's no way if you are a public servant of any kind at all, other than a holder of elective office. So if you're an MP and you are the president, fine. In some countries, even ministers don't campaign unless they are MPs. But maybe we can't extend it to ministers. But at least public service proper. If you work in the public services, regardless of the service, in many places, you just cannot manifest your party affiliation at all, and you cannot, absolutely not campaign for a government. So on the human resource side too, it's possible. The media, you said, yes, I mean, we can look at the media and maybe charge the NMC to police that and make sure that the state-owned media or it's not used for that purpose. But I think the human resource side is even more, worrisome because a lot of people come under pressure, and then when government changes, you say, I saw you campaigning for this person. Why do you think I should keep you here in this post? So that is also one area where the abuse happens. But maybe the other one is more difficult, the use of public resources like vehicles and fuel and flying around. Even the US has a hard time policing that. I mean, Trump is always campaigning. What are you going to do about that one? So it's a bit difficult to police that particular one. But the commissioning stuff, I think some countries have done something about it. You cannot say they shouldn't do public projects, but a certain date before election, you cannot actively be commissioning public projects. Some other African countries.
That is easier to deal with.
I don't want to hold brief for the media. I don't represent them. But Dr. Jonah, it would be useful if you have real data. Okay, because I do know that all the state-owned media, graphic and the GBC, before elections, they come up with their own internal rules and so on in order to try to abide by the constitutional provision. And especially since the MPP versus GBC case some years back to try and and enforce the constitutional provision for fair coverage, access to the media. So, in particular, the current Director General has been very, very strict about that. However, what happens is that because GBC is not properly financed, during elections, what they do is actually ask the parties to buy airtime if they have money. But other things that the organizations themselves choose to cover, they try and cover it fairly, almost mathematically. But as I said, again, we live in a real world. Sometimes there are pressures from incumbents, and so certain things might go on to buttress what you are saying. But, Mr. Chairman, concerning the commissioning of projects, again, I have to double check if it still pertains. Senegal has an arrangement where a certain period before elections, the state-owned media are not allowed to cover any commissioning or any governmental activity at all, except general news and so on. But things that the presidency or the ruling party is doing that might inure to, they have some definition of, that might amount to publicity for the election, they avoid all of that. One has to look at how they do that and if it still persists and learn from that. As the chairman said, those kinds of things I think are easy to what do you call it, to manage. But other areas, but again here, what do we do with the presidency or candidates and during elections, relations with, say, traditional authorities? Because invariably, when the candidates go to traditional authorities, there is coverage, and they talk about politics, even though chiefs are not supposed to be this and that. How do we deal with that, particularly in terms of media coverage and so on? Because I do know situations where the palaces call the local media. Here it may not be GBC, but maybe a GBC station in Wa or Bolga or somewhere. They summon them to come and cover. How do we handle that kind of situation?
The Supreme Court has a decision on parties participating. It's a very, very well-written opinion. I think it was by Justice Yoni Kolendi. It's very interesting when you read it. It lays out a lot of the history of party chiefs in parties and why that whole abolition of chiefs' participation in parties came about. It's a very difficult case because the facts of the case were quite interesting. Some statements made by chiefs were taken to the Supreme Court and for interpretation whether or not the chiefs violated the prohibition against participation in parties. And the court laid out a test, but I don't think the chiefs have even cared to follow it at all. So what can you do by way of endorsement as a chief? And the court says, well, you can't endorse a party or a candidate openly, but you can say that, you can acknowledge and recognize and praise them for their projects, for their policies, So setting peace, not the party, not the person of the candidate, but the project. Sure, we benefited from this project. You are the one who have done the greatest for us for this area. We thank you very much for this project. Oh, your free SHS has educated a lot of our students. So you can do projects, you can do policies and programs, but you can't say, I endorse the party or I endorse the person. And the question is, exactly how do you operationalize this kind of stuff? It's a very nice decision, but I think the chiefs will read it and say, oh, these people, they think. But I've been watching chiefs since that decision came down. And
Though they don't endorse, the things they are doing amounts to endorsement. If you are telling a man he has done well in this area, in that area, in that, what are you suggesting to your people? He's a good man. So he deserves to be. So as you rightly pointed out, it was a difficult situation. It was very, very difficult because how do you walk that fine line? If you can always say that you did a few good things to us, and we think that you performed, to that extent. But short of saying that I endorse you, you see.
Okay. So I think mine is number one in relation to state media. I mean, if you look at Article 55, 11, which talks about fair opportunity for political parties. Yes, truly, as Professor Kakari said earlier, what GTV, for instance, does, or GBC does, is that leading up to the elections, they invite all of us as political parties. We will ballot for slots. So we are giving slots that they provide us opportunities on radio and on TV, on their various channels, certain dedicated programs that they give us time for it. So these are balloted, so the times are the same. I mean, if it's 30 minutes for a particular program, you all get the 30 minutes. But I'm not too sure how that represents the law. Because here, if you look at 11, it is more, and that, what I just said is more about the 12, which talks about presidential candidates, because that exempts normally independent candidates. So you realize that independent candidate does not have access, because how do we determine you're an independent candidate? You can only determine that when, yes, by the time Electoral Commission approves that you have filed and qualified for the election. But for political parties, when it comes to 11, I feel that the fact that you are waiting till candidates have qualified does not represent the provisions here. Because you see GBC having political discussion programs and having NDC and MPP reps only. So that does not satisfy the provision that we are talking about here. So I think that can be looked at very well, because then it means that the duopoly is what is being fed. And I always continue to say that when you continue to give tea bread and sugar bread to people for a long time, they might think that is the only bread that exists. If you give them any other bread, they might think it's a strange taste. So they are not accustomed to it. And I feel that is what is being done over the years. Apart from that, you are citing Senegal and other places in terms of state media not providing opportunity for some of the government programs. In our case, if you go to, I don't know about, I mean, I'm sure it will be same in Senegal. If you go to Rwanda, the state broadcasting is what everybody watches. If you come to Ghana, how many people watch GPC or GTV? So if they decide to blacklist even government can do better than, than even if they give them the opportunity. And it will give them opportunity to rather invest more in their private entities. Because, like I think Ernesto said earlier, that if you look at the private-owned stations and their representation in terms of political party, which we know that if you tell me that your favorite radio station is Radio Gold, I know who you are. If you tell me that your favorite TV station is Woon to Me, I know who you are. So if
on Woundme Radio is not bad. See,
so for me, I think sometimes that is why I feel that sometimes it's deliberate for government not to invest into certain state institutions because they feel that if they do, um, they will limit certain opportunities that they have. Because, for instance, if GBC is well resourced and everybody is following GBC and they are doing some of these things that we are talking about very well, I think it will provide some leverage. But unfortunately, GBC itself is under-resourced, so they themselves too also feel that, okay, after all, let's follow the government programs. Probably they might have something for us. Then at the end of the day, we are entrenching the same thing that we are dealing with. Same with NCC that we talk about. Happy we have the chairperson here. But we always have been citing the issue of under-resource. Yet we realize that one of the most important things we can do to deal with most of these is education and awareness creation. Because as we are discussing all these things here, there are several people who do not have the opportunity that even those of us in here, even when we realize some of the discussion here, we realize that the different opinions that we have. But most of our people are cut off. They have no idea something like this is even happening. So political parties are taking advantage of them. And if we talk about all the representation, proportional representation and all those things, people will go and share Bentua and win elections. Versus me who says I have domestication ideas, I'm going to talk about domestication. They say, after all the talking, what else do you have for us? And these are the realities. So if you see those who are doing galamsey and all those, they get the money, they know who to invest in because let's invest there so that we can do what they won't come and put it in GCPP because they will think that GCPP are not ready to win election. So they would always continue to put their money into the duopoly. And that is what is not creating the leverage. So it's not like small political or minority political parties are crying for them to be helped to grow. It's not about we need a shoulder to be carried on, but the systematic things that exist, which includes the provisions of the Constitution, sometimes makes it difficult for anybody who wants to support our growth to do it, who is not even non-political to do it, because they see that, okay, if these people can likely win, why don't we invest there for them to win because of the incumbency advantages that they have.
I thought you had something to say.
No, so earlier we had proposed number one in terms of, for me, in terms of the state media, one, I think that we should make it clearer for the state agencies to be able to ensure that, or maybe, I don't know whether this is enough, but then in terms of the practicalization of what they need to do, they need to make sure that it does not only exist close to election. This is something that they do all the time, that in provision for morning discussions and all that, they should provide equal opportunities for divergent views in terms of political parties.
If you look at 11 that you spoke about, it says the state shall provide fair opportunity to all political parties. It didn't mention candidates. So what I'm saying is that...
No, I'm talking about 12 talked about candidates.
12 talked about candidates shall be given. In fact, I was going to say that we need to expand it. That apart from political parties, to talk about candidates and independent candidates, to bring them on board.
No, they do
because the way it is now is like only political parties.
No, Honorable, the 12 takes care of independent candidates because an independent candidate can only be classified as an independent candidate when they have filed and have qualified for the election.
Oh, I see.
So the 12 takes care of presidential candidates.
Candidates, yes.
Yes.
I thought you were missing that out and you were looking at only political parties. So I wanted to. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So, once again, I'm not picking on the minority parties, but I think the activity, publication follows activity. Okay. Let me take United One Ghana. So the entire year, what activities, what is your political programs or economic engagements that you want to have with the public as a party? Because you want your activities to be covered by the media and you want fairness in the process. But what is your own program? Because these parties, we can talk about unfairness and everything, but these parties have specific activities. Right now, I know that next year they will roll out what we call branch internal elections. Will start next year for both NDC and MPP. Do you have similar activities lined up? Who knows about that? And that we know that immediately after the branch elections, they'll go into constituency elections and zonal and regional. Then they'll end up at the national level. You need to have programs like that and let the public know that as a party, this is what we're doing in terms of internal organization. And your internal processes must be known. We don't know that. Now, so how does a public broadcaster publish or publicize your activities when you don't have a program that they can publicize? Now, that's one point. The other thing is that for the morning shows, the editors, they're always looking for people to speak. Okay, a lot of times they reach out to us, come and speak on this matter, just sort of as a shy on these radio things. But they're always looking for people to speak, to enrich their programs. So if you have economists, you have lawyers, you have IT people or people with IA or something, then project them. Let them represent you on these programs. Let us also hear your side of the story. Okay, so I think that we must also look at the activity level and how that can endear itself to the publication, and that's it. That's the bit that I want to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm not proposing any changes or anything. I just want to make a few comments based on the things that have been said. And one is the Article 71. Full disclosure, by virtue of office, I am a beneficiary. I think there's a lot of misconception about the whole thing and how it entails. And I would advise or propose to the Commission to actually go beyond just looking at what they say they're doing and go into what is actually done, the actual practice of it. One of the things I can't understand is why the committee, for instance, will be set up at the end of the term of the president and then backdated. As we speak, the state owes me 4 years worth of regular salary increase that the entire public sector receives. I haven't received mine in the past 4 years. They're going to put this all together and come and give it to me as Article 71. At the end of the day, the value of the cedi 4 years ago is a far cry from the value of the cedi today. Yet, when the public backlash comes, my name is on the line. But all the public sector people, every year, they get their regular salary increase. Mine is just not given to me, and it's accumulated and handed over to me. At the end of the other thing is that the MPs, and I think that's where the real difficulty is, because they try and get an end of service benefit at the end of 4 years, and then they'll come back and then do another 4 years and collect end of service benefit at the end of 4 years. I don't have any end of service benefit. You understand? So let's go into what is actually happening in terms of how it is being delivered. And there are a lot of problems. They fix those problems as well. Set up the committee at the beginning of the term and give people their salary increase when it's due. So that at the end of 4 years, you're not now calculating backwards. Yes.
They said it's to scrap it.
Oh, I'm saying, oh no, scrapping it is fine. What I'm saying is that when I'm entitled to a salary increase, the normal one, not an extraordinary salary increase, just give it to me. But don't hold it and then 4 years later, now calculate all of it and tell the public you gave somebody Article 71. You understand what I mean? So
In
the
fact, I
practice
want
of
to
it,
add on to
can I
what you're
finish? The practice of it, let's try and smoothen that as well, not just go by what is written on the book. The actual practice, a lot of problems. So I'll give you another example. So for instance, this year, I'm supposed to get all this money. Essentially, it's back pay. They won't give it to me. They will pay all the judiciary ones. Then when it suits them, maybe they'll add electoral commission because they're afraid of them. My own, they won't start, maybe at the end of this year, they'll give me 10% of it, of the full amount. And then over time, they will break it up. They will mess up the money. And I have no recourse. You understand? So let's streamline all of it. There's absolutely no need to hold on to people's salary and give it to them 4 years later. Let them invest their own money. You understand? That's the first thing. The other thing I wanted to talk about was something being said about public servants and political party activity. Again, I just want to give you, what we do in NCC, because we take the non-partisan element of the independence very, very seriously. So, for instance, if you work in NCC, you know that you're not. It's not that you can't have a political party. You can't show your political color publicly. If we catch you, if somebody brings a picture of you wearing party T-shirt, we'll sack you. You understand? The other thing is how we use resources to either further a political agenda or not. So, in the districts where a lot of our offices are housed, in the district property where we are housed, where we have our accommodation, we do a lot. In fact, even if we are not being accommodated by the district, we do a lot of work with the district. A lot of work, public education. If there's a need for cholera education, we work with the district to carry out all those activities. But we draw the line on political activity. So, for instance, the district, the DCE can borrow our car, or we can borrow their car to undertake certain activities. But the DCE can never borrow our car and take it to a campaign. And we have problems all the time, like, because the DCE says that you are all under me. I'm the head of government here, and all these agencies work under me. So if I say I need your car, you can't say anything, But we have to draw the line. We work with you on everything, but if you have to go to a political party event, then you can't use in the NCC car, So there's always a lot of disagreements. Every day we're having to solve those problems and educate DCs that we draw the line somewhere. So
how have you been able to do this by yourself? I mean, what rules, what legal tools do you have to enforce these things? For example, your employee who wears a T-shirt and is brought to your attention. What is your, what legal bite allows you to do that? Have you been taken to court? Have you been,
no. It's just the elements in the Constitution that says that you must not be partisan. You must not be seen to be partisan in your work.
But it's only for the members, right? So the members of the commission may not hold party office. But that's very
specific.
And you use that as the basis.
Yes.
Okay, I mean, if you've been able to do it that way, then that's...
Yes. So these are just things that I just wanted to bring to your attention in terms of real practice.
I wanted to make a comment when you spoke about the article.
About a few minutes left to
very sharp, very simple and sharp. I've read Article 71(1) throughout, and I don't see where it is stated that it shall be worked on only at the end of 4 years. It is not there. So is it not just self-inflicted that somebody wants end of year gratuity, end of service gratuity, and then they work that into Article 71 because the words are clear: salaries and allowances payable and the facilities and privileges available to a certain being expenditure charged on a consolidated fund shall be determined by the president on the recommendations of a committee of not more than 5 persons appointed by the president acting in accordance with the advice of the Council of State. Where is it stated that it should be
There
at
is,
the end
because it is not there. There's a reason why presidents do it at the end of If they do it during the course of the term, they will pay a political price for it. But there's a reason why they wait till they are exiting to do this, because then it doesn't affect the elections, it doesn't affect the voting.
No. How do you appoint somebody without the person knowing his or her salary?
No, but that's what
You have
happens.
given me an appointment.
So, in the U.S., the Constitution, there's an emoluments clause in the Constitution that is interesting. This is from 1787. And it says that when, Congress determines the salaries, right? But the salaries cannot come into effect until an election has occurred. And the idea is that if you guys go and make a law to pay yourselves to basically raid the treasury, the people will have an opportunity to vote in an election on those guys who did that thing before the salary can take effect. So they have inserted an election, almost like a popular referendum in between your decision to pay yourselves, everything up to the moon, and the effectiveness of that decision. This, of course, this is what we don't have. So presidents very opportunistically time it such that they will not pay an electoral price for that kind of decision. So they put it at the end when they are leaving, and then you can't vote against them because
that is for the legislature. What about NCC? You've given me an appointment. I don't determine my salary. I don't determine my salary. You put me there for 4 years. Well, how am I going to look at the judiciary? It's even worse. The Chief Justice and other justices of the Superior Court. How do you expect them to survive? What do you do for them within the period? Just determine the salary and pay them, and leave the legislature. Leave it to us for them. Yes, you can do that.
Take the political class out.
Yes.
And then pay the ones with security of tenure
general,
so and so.
Yes.
And then you do yours.
We were doing one time. We were doing a program where my classmate, who happened to be a Chief Justice, called and said, case, but what they are saying is not the position. They don't pay us. They wait till we are leaving office. So all these discussions we are making, it doesn't make sense. They don't pay us. I bet the Chief Justice have not paid. Why? Determine it once and for all, and let them know what they are entitled to. If you now want to talk about gratuities and the rest, end of service benefits, yes, then let that come at the end of the period. But you appoint somebody and you can't determine the person's salary. Eh? Yes, I think then.
I think that's
The other thing I'd like to bring to your attention is that at least the Article 71 salaries are set. I can assure you they are not that high. So for instance, as I speak, a mid-level manager in a place like GMPC far out-earns me. I can't even begin to compare myself to the bosses of Ghana Gas, GMPC, and all of those that are purely political, and they just come. They earn maybe 5 or 6 times. I mean it literally. Over the past 4 years, my salary has been exactly the same number. 4 years. These people arbitrarily set up salaries for themselves. They set up salary increases for themselves. They set up benefits for themselves, paid vacations, school fees, all kinds of things. And nobody, that is where the real waste is. It's not Article 71. Article 71 is fixed. It's public. Everybody can go and ask and see my salary. It's not complicated at all. And it's there. But you go and try and see the salaries of the people in GMBC, you'll be shocked. It's obscene. So if we are going to look at salaries, I think let's look at salaries across the public sector and build some checks and balances into the Constitution to make sure that there's no abuse beyond Article 71.
Very, very much. Now we know where to redirect the anger. Useful redirection of the economic fighters fight. Your red beret and and we will be winding up shortly after that.
Chairman, please, I would want us to look at Article 55, 12 of the 1992 Constitution, where we are talking about the access to state media. The 12 talks about the candidate. But like he rightly said, one becomes a candidate after you have filed your nomination and then EC has accepted you. For instance, 2024, they opened the opportunity to nominate around 9 September 2024 and then closed on the 13th September, which they will still scrutinize before they will say you've met the requirement. So if it happens that way, then that independent candidate will just have like 2 months or some few weeks to campaign. So I'm proposing, if it is possible, for there to be a constitutional requirement on the period open for people to campaign or to file their nomination for EC to scrutinize and say you have passed, so you can start with your campaign, so that they can have enough time.
Makes sense, especially if we take the IDEC proposal about delineating a campaign period. If that campaign period essentially is timed to coincide with when registrations have been done, it makes sense. So filings are now ready. You can start your campaign that time. I mean, I think then everybody would have would be on the same playing field. I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Mine is on the Article 55(4). That says every political party should have national character. And then if you look at 63(3), if you win 50% plus 1 vote of a national election, you thereby become the president of the state. But we all know that a person can win massively in 2 regions and still become the president of the state. So I was thinking there's some kind of a conflict here. If you claim all political parties should be of national character, but can win massively in 2 regions and still become the president, I can see a kind of conflict. So what I would suggest is this. In addition to you winning 50% plus 1 vote of the total valid vote, you should be able to win at least half the regions or half parliament. Yes.
The elections, we'll do first election, nobody got it. Second election, nobody got it. Third election, nobody got it.
Yeah, so let's see how you can work around it. Otherwise, you can just win 2 regions and become the president.
No, I think there's merit in the way the Nigerians do it. Actually, I think it's of course it hasn't solved the inclusion-exclusion problems even in Nigeria, but I think it's a good model. It makes sense that's more practical, national character than just going to pick anybody, because almost every party meets this requirement, even though some parties don't look like, they necessarily have that national. But I think the Nigerian model is a model that a number of countries have actually tried to learn from in terms of presidential election. I mean, getting that kind of national reach. But of course, regions do not represent ethnic blocks necessarily, right? You have mixed populations, so you may win 2 regions. We are becoming a very urban population. You may win Greater Accra, because it's a very mixed. I mean, this Accra alone has big national character, right? Maybe not the kind that Honorable Aiko likes, but Accra has national character. If you win Accra, it looks like you have national character already. So you can win Accra and win one other one, and it's difficult to say that you don't have national character because you didn't win 50% of the regions. So because of this increasingly urban drift in our population and our demography, sometimes those kinds of rules are not, it's difficult to use them to determine whether or not you are a regional party or tribal party or not national character and stuff like that. But I get your point. I get the logic of your point. It's something that we could consider.
A federal kind of system, which influences some of these things as against a unitary system.
So we will close with that your last point, and then we will.
Okay. Yeah. I think, Madam Chair, for NCC, you missed. We had quite a bit of a discussion around NCC's role earlier on, and I think you weren't around. So it's just today. Today as well. Yeah, because we've had that discussion earlier on. I just wanted to pick your brains on, because I know your role. It's quite pivotal, very important for us, especially the education side. For me, I see it as very important for Ghana as it is now, because a lot of people are not aware, like the awareness side and the education side, because a lot of political propaganda and stuff like that. Is it that your visibility is a bit low? Is it because your budget allocation is a problem for NCCE? So you've talked about your emoluments, which is very sad, but apart from the emolument side, in terms of even budget allocation for your role, for your function, because IDEC raised an issue as to, in terms of the function side, where we put that shouldn't, and I was advocating for it to be moved from the regulation side to be moved to NCCE to add to your education and awareness side. So perhaps can we empower you, even in the constitution review, and increase your budget for you? Will you have the capacity to deal with, if we have to move an ombudsman side to the NCC? Yes, the party ombudsman. It's very important, because if we can we can pick your brains on it, whether you have the capacity once you have some financial backing. Then it helps in terms of the review of the constitution, because you are featured in the constitution. So your role is very important.
Yeah. Then you should add onto that this proposal by IDEC to create a multi-party democracy fund. And even though the conversation in terms of the use of that fund was about supporting political parties, would IDEC also extend it to include supporting institutions like NCCE that do, civic education, build civic virtue, build civic citizenship, that kind of stuff? Or is your idea purely for political parties? But,
All right, thank you very much. And the NCC budget issue, I think, is public knowledge. Everybody knows that. I can tell you freely, because our budget is a public budget, emoluments, all those things are public. So we should, you understand, we should just get it. So this year, for instance, and I'll contrast two organizations for you, because these are facts. We have got the full list of allocations, budgetary allocations this year. This year, our entire goods and services budget, which are our operations budget, for 16 regional offices and 270 other offices, because we go beyond just the district. Sometimes we have sub-metros. It's 3.5 million cedis. That's the whole year. And this year, our CAPEX, our capital expenditure, is a beautiful 0, right? Meanwhile, I can name another institution, which is the Millennium Challenge Organization, which I don't know what they do now, since we don't have a compact as we speak. They have 50 million for goods and service, another 50 million for capex. These are public documents that I think that people don't scrutinize properly enough. When the Ministry of Finance releases the document that states what I think people should pay attention and look at it some more. So that answers your question. So the resource problem is very real. It is a problem. I can't say more beyond that. Now, the thing about the regulation for the parties, that responsibility adding to the job of the NCC, I don't think it will be most efficient. I don't think so, because it is a bit too far removed from the core mandate, right? I think that that function should be decoupled from the Electoral Commission. But if we should ever need another independent institution, I know we have too many already, but this one I think is essential. An institution that has oversight and regulates the political parties, is given powers to be able to whip them in line. I think that is important, but it should not be added to NCCE functions because it doesn't fit with the rest of the mandate. Just to say that we will be submitting a proposal to the committee next week.
Did you envisage sharing the money with NCC, or was it just for political parties? Your multi-party development fund.
As originally envisaged, it was mainly for the development of political parties.
No room for parasites and freeloaders and other. That's right. That's right. Thank you very much. Thanks to you, IDEG, Economic Fighters League, United One Ghana, GCPP, CPP. Why don't you just remove the G and join CPP and become bigger? Thank you all for coming and contributing to a very lively and robust debate. And to IEA in absentia, I mean, it's amazing how every time we sit, completely new ideas that we never thought about, and if we had just sat amongst ourselves, would never have actually come up with, really emerge from the conversations we have. So it tells you the value of having these kinds of engagements and the value of the contributions that you make. You know, every single time we have met here, some gem of an idea, 1, 2, 3 interesting ideas come up that actually could make a difference in the way we are thinking of our work and in the way this country's governance could be reconfigured. So it's valuable inputs, and we thank you for that. Next week, we will not sit tomorrow. We take a break as a committee to take on board a lot of the inputs we've gotten in the last 2 weeks. We need to go and reflect on it, start streamlining them into some usable products, and then we'll come back on Monday. Starting next week, we will hit the big hitters. Wednesday, sorry, so we'll come back on Wednesday, and we'll be looking at the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary next week. So these are real big hitters. Many of the conversations we've had here will be repeated there, I'm sure, because all of them will be here. And Article 71, I am sure, will be front and center again. And some of the education, advanced education we've gotten has been very helpful already to at least to me and to some of us on this side of the table, of the room. So have a good evening and join us again if you have the time. We know that Honorable Aiko too will be here. So if you are not here, he will make your point for you. So you should make it a point to join us. Is it here or Alisa next week? So Alisa next week, all of next week. Okay, so all of next week will be at Alisa Northridge. Okay, have a good evening. Thank you.